You know, I should really find a good editing software so that when I post these videos to YouTube, there isn't this, like, me dicking around for a minute while I wait for the stream to actually go live. That may be better. I should work on that. Okay, sorry. Let me get my stuff set up. Just trying to get going. Trying to find my settings here. Okay, got my chat. Oh, I guess I need to update my stream info. I better do that fast. Skwyrl is no longer naked on a beach with dinosaurs. Skwyrl is reading tarot. Because I love reading tarot. It's literally my favorite thing, which is perfect. But I'm not doing PvE anymore, and this is not a simulation. This is definitely not a simulation. I think like some of these suggested tags are useful and some of them are weird, but that's okay. I mean, I guess in fairness, like, tarot can be so many things, so I guess it's hard to know what to recommend. So I'm gonna get the deck ready. Which deck am I using today? Steampunk tarot? Is that what I'm doing? Oh, but if I'm gonna do that, I really want to get my steampunk hat. Is this the right deck? Okay, so guys, I'm real sorry, but I'm gonna BRB and get my steampunk hat. So just 1 second. Just 1 second. Okay, so we had this event. This is the best. We had this event, and okay, now see, I don't really want the veil in the front though. Can I wear it like to the side? I mean, does it really matter? Am I supposed to be wearing a hat? Okay, this is just, I don't know. I never get to wear this, and if I'm going to use Steampunk Tarot, this is supposed to be like my cutesy little hat with my little steampunk outfit. So I did this event, and I read tarot at an event, and there, how's that? What do you think? Is that sufficient? Oh, I'm sliding across the floor. Okay. If I mess it up, I messed it up. There, look, there. Isn't it beautiful? This is, of course, a Halloween prop because all the good stuff comes out at Halloween. Like, honestly, they should have these kinds of accessories available all year. I am really enjoying this. I never get to wear a hat, but I really need this out of my face because I'm one of those people. I need to be able to see clearly. Okay, so I hope I didn't ruin it. Alright, so maybe I'll wear that later. So I am going to read from the Steampunk Tarot today because that's what's happening. Because I'm gonna. So for anyone that does not know, I am going to be streaming 6 days a week at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, which means nothing to anyone because Central Standard Time I don't think is a real thing. And also, I think that there's like Central Time for like normal people, and then there's Central Time for Saskatchewan. And Central Time for Saskatchewan is different because it doesn't change. We don't observe daylight savings here. So this is actually not that weird for me because this is actually like the third or fourth place that I have lived that does not observe daylight savings time. However, it is uncommon in most of the modern world to not do it, and I just happen to have lived in the few places that don't, and so I don't know. I'm special. I never mind, actually, because it's easy for me, because like everything, nothing changes. Like you literally never have to go through the change of the daylight in the spring or fall or whatever, and it's nice. It's great, actually, to not have to deal with that, to be honest. So I'm just clearing the deck, as I do. To see the pendulum. I think it's interesting that I get kind of like admonished, like when I'm doing things with my pendulum or with my deck. I kind of get these little like, you can't have your arm touching that if you want this to work properly, or that's slowing me down, slowing this down. I'm like, dude, I didn't, it's like having a whole bunch of teachers. It's like being like constantly scrutinized. I feel like, and that's kind of what being a medium is about. And then, I mean, I'm obviously not like your average human as far as looks. And so, I always feel like I'm being kind of scrutinized in that way too, and judged that way too. And just, I wasn't meant to fit in this lifetime. I wasn't meant to fit into any of the boxes. Is not where my power is here. My power is in all the in-between spaces, all the places between the boxes. So it seems like people are struggling today in balancing their resources. The Two of Pentacles is the first card to come up. Here, actually, I can switch this to show the desk, I think. Hold on one sec. Do I have that set up right? Okay. So the Two of Pentacles is the first card to come up. The Two of Pentacles is about resources. Pentacles are always about resources, or things that we value, which I guess I'll call resources, because usually we value things because they provide us with something that we need or want. And it seems that people are having difficulty maybe getting their needs met today, or feeling like they're getting everything taken care of that they need to. And then the Ten of Pentacles upside down. Oh, so people are having a hard day about this. Hey, that's interesting. I kind of live in my own little bubble lately, and so it's really great for me to connect kind of this way. It's a weird thing to say, but I kind of get like my news this way. I think that's one of the reasons I thought it would be beneficial, like not only like to me as a healer to kind of know what's going on, like to do a tarot reading every day for humanity instead of for myself, so I can kind of know what's happening out there, because I need to know what's happening on an energetic level, and I need to know what people are stressing about, but I don't really, like, I get mired down if I get right into the news and all the specific stories of, like, the specific pain and tragedy. I guess I'm taking those then, huh? Okay, so I'm just gonna line these up. Whew, and lots of reversals. Okay, but I know some of these aren't really reversals. Like, I'm pretty sure these are, yeah, upside down. Cool beans. Here we go. That's better. Oh, interesting. There were some death cards yesterday, too. I like death cards. I mean, I know, goth, right? I'm not goth. I mean, I'm borderline goth. I'm quasi goth. I'm goth curious. I don't particularly subscribe to any particular lifestyle or look, I guess. Um, but it's very funny, like the death card would be the favorite goth one, but I just think the death card has so much power in it, just like the tower card. And I think that both of these are severely misunderstood cards, because I think that there's power in the darkness that we're not usually willing to look at. So the Two of Pentacles is here, again reversed. So I don't know if it helps when I hold it up just to the better camera, so you guys can kind of see that close up of it. The Two of Pentacles shown here. The infinity sign is really kind of the important thing here. This is, and I love how it's shown on the bicycle here as the chain, as the thing connecting the moving parts. And with the one wheel being so much bigger than the other. It's interesting that it's a good representation of that imbalance that's happening, or that sensation of imbalance, to have that juxtaposition between the two wheels. But as you notice, the energy, the infinite energy that's going between them and moving her forward continues to flow regardless of the size difference, and regardless of the, just to get you closer on that detail, I don't know if this is working, and regardless of what energy she's putting in. So it's important to note that we need to be aware of what we're putting into our own momentum, into our own balance. We could be knocking ourselves off balance, so to speak. The next card here is the Ten of Pentacles. The Ten of Pentacles is usually in reference to kind of like the happily ever after ending, the everything you could ever want or need is met. I think that the Ten of Pentacles is interesting because there's the Ten of Pentacles cards and the Ten of Cups, which is very similar and in the look of the card and kind of this family scene in both of them. You can see the woman in the foreground kind of, this is supposed to be about kind of having everything you've ever wanted. It's often interpreted. Excuse me. I just can't kick this cough. It's supposed to be kind of like the typical fairy tale ending, but I like especially in this deck how it's depicted is this kind of sensation of dissatisfaction. Like, is this really what I dreamt of? Even now they have this happening in the background and they're looking for something else. And so I think a lot of us are being forced to examine where we're at. Pentacles, as I've said before, is about resources, often about tangible things, about the external physical things in our lives. And so many of us have spent so much time pursuing those things and amassing those things and being comfortable in that arena and making security for themselves in that way, that we have neglected other parts of our lives. And now being locked at home with our family and loved ones, supposed loved ones, some of us might be being faced with some difficult decisions. Is this really your happily ever after? Or was it just like being away from each other most of the time that was working for you in pursuit of this white picket fence 1950s fantasy? That's something that we're all kind of being slapped in the face with right now is, have we chosen the right reality for ourselves now that we are forced to sit in our own reality and only our own reality, with the obvious, the self-isolation and the pandemic happening right now. That's obviously something that we're all being forced to face. And myself and other healers and tarot readers have kind of commented that, there's this idea that we've kind of been sent to the corner for a timeout. Go to your room and think about what you've done and stay there until you get it. Stay there until you aren't feeling this way about it or thinking this way about it. Stay there until you've got your shit together. And so it's kind of kind of interesting to see where these struggles are happening right now with this concern about balance of resources, this concern about um, is this really what I wanted? Is this really where my life is going? Is this really the culmination of all the things that I've worked for? Is this really, now that I'm left alone to sit in it for a little bit, is this really where I wanted? And is this really where I'm going? The Eight of Swords is the next card to come up in the reading. And this card often comes up to show that we are being trapped by ourselves in some way, and that we are holding ourselves captive. It's often pointed out that the girl in the figure, although bound, or in the card, is not, it doesn't show that her hands are tied, and there's no one there guarding her. None of the swords are actually touching her. She is merely keeping herself there. She's not daring to risk to move her hands or to try and escape. She's just keeping herself captive there. So it's true that maybe the circumstances, maybe there was some external force that tied her up. Maybe there was something that put her in a situation of vulnerability in some way. But her decision on how to move forward from there is what is keeping her from moving forward from there. And so we need to remember that even though we're all feeling trapped right now, we're not totally trapped. Some of us are definitely in much more difficult situations with who we are stuck with, so to speak, during this self-isolation and sit in the corner kind of time. My heart goes out to any of you that are struggling in that way, because there's obviously other factors at play here. But just know that there's always a way to make it better. There's someone to reach out to. There's something to go do. Take a walk around the block, if that's possible for you. Just put yourself in a different space by meditating, or by centering yourself. Just give yourself space in whatever way that you can. If anyone finds it interesting or useful, I can offer tips or tricks on how to do bubbling and to start learning how to do energy work and manipulation on yourself in order to give yourself that space that you need in order to be grounded and to be centered in wherever you are and whatever you're doing. It's also really useful when you're in a stressful situation with other people that are giving off a lot of energy. So many of us pick up on that. It's useful to be able to kind of repel that, or to be able to protect yourself from that. So if anyone's interested, please just let me know. You can, if you're watching this video on YouTube or on after the stream, just comment or message me, and I'll happily offer it at a different in a different stream or a different time. If anyone's here today, of course, just speak up, and I'll definitely offer some tips and tricks for that kind of stuff. It's really important when we're feeling trapped and lost to have a way to give ourselves a break, to have a way to feel protected, to have a way to feel our own strength and our own power. And so it's really, really vital to really try to keep our minds focused on positive action and positive things that we can do to make our captivity more comfortable for ourselves. And so the next two cards here are both upright, and they're both major arcana. And so this is really the bigger stuff that we need to be worrying about today. So the Empress is here. The Empress represents the divine feminine. And you can see she's creating energy out of the palm of her hand, maybe drawing energy to herself in order to create something new. She is looking rather relaxed today, all spread out on her chaise longue, if that's how you pronounce that word. And it's a good reminder that there is this shift happening into the divine feminine, and that we are all struggling not only with the physical manifestation of a lot of this transition, but with the transition itself on a more energetic level. And There's a lot of shift in power happening right now and our perceptions of power. There's a lot of shifts happening in our in resources and in our perception of resources. There's a lot of shifts happening in what we view as acceptable and good as a society. And so we just need to be aware that that's all happening and all changing simultaneously. And so it's natural that we would be struggling. But there's also some strengths to be had there. We can lean into that shift, and we can lean into these energies that are becoming more prevalent in our world. I mean, with all of the things that are happening right now, so many of the quote unquote feminine arts, the caring for each other, uh, the um, the networking, the mothers, all the moms are coming out, and that's something that's really powerful for us right now. We're all caring for each other, which is in the best way that we can. We're all stepping up and being as selfless as we can, but we also need to be careful. Another trap that moms fall into is not caring enough for ourselves. And so we need to make sure that we're harnessing some of that nurturing feminine energy for ourselves as well as for others. The last card here is the Death card for today. Now, the Death card, I love the depiction in this deck. This kind of glance over her shoulder. And it's interesting, especially there's kind of this suggestion that he's mourning her, but she's gone on to do other things. There's this horse has come, this vehicle of change, this way of moving forward has come to her, this new power, and she's looking back. Of course, she's missing or sad about the old ways. She's sad that he's hurting, that he's missing the old ways, but she has this new power now and this new responsibility. And so we each need to see where our power and our responsibility is going to be in this new paradigm and in this new world. How are we going to take care of ourselves, and how are we going to use our skills and our talents in order to move forward for the collective and to best serve the collective through this transition and through this shift? We need to each really be taking this time to examine. And obviously there is some stress around what we are examining. It seems that people are taking that time. We also need to remember today that the moon has moved into Leo from Cancer. So the last few days have really probably left most of us feeling a little bit in the dumps, really feeling the full weight of the emotions that are accompanying the current shifts and transitions. And so just to be aware that that's happening, and just to be aware of what's happening astrologically, can really help you to kind of, again, lean into that space, lean into where the cosmos are trying to take us right now, and trying to be the more that we go with the seasons, the more that we go with the natural cycles, the more we're supported in our own cycles and our own transitions. So it's important to know what those transitions are cosmically in order that we can benefit from them as best as possible. I always recommend that everyone do a birth chart for themselves so that they can have that information for themselves about that inner knowing about how you react to things and how you're going to be affected by things, to just have a heads up. Some people think it's maybe kind of hokey, but to have that heads up and to be able to have like to read the manual on yourself in a way, even if you think it's kind of silly, take it with a grain of salt and just pull a good birth chart for yourself. There's tons and tons on the internet. There's some really good ones. I recommend AstroSeek if you're looking for one. I think they're amazing and very accurate. I love that they break down every single thing and they have links to every single thing. So even if you know nothing about astrology, you can literally just keep reading, just keep clicking and keep reading, and it'll explain everything to you. So it's very useful. Even if you think this stuff is all crazy, and if you do, I don't know why you're watching this video, but hey, that's besides the point, or this stream rather. But you just let it be food for thought, and just sometimes we don't like those things because it's like having a mirror held up to us, and sometimes we we're uncomfortable when we're faced with those things, but having it just in the back of our head as we go through life. Sometimes we kind of call ourselves on stuff, we're like, oh yeah, it did say that I'm super stubborn and don't adapt to change well. I wonder what else it was right about. So, I mean, I'm being silly, but it's a way to know that and to look into that and to figure that out. Um, so yeah. So it's really important to see that to acknowledge that we are having these struggles right now. It's important to kind of sit in that space and allow ourselves to feel what we need to feel and to do what we need to do. But the moon is in Leo now, and there's this frustration as we're trying to move forward and feeling stuck in different ways. So instead of focusing on the things that feel out of balance, focus on the things that are giving you balance. Focus on the things that are working for you. Focus on the supports that you do have. Focus on really accurately and truthfully assessing what you have available to you, so that you can accurately ask for the support that you need and get the assistance that you require. Again, a lot of us are probably feeling a bit of a shift personally, um, as far as either just like deciding that this is, the life that we really wanted and I'm being kept from it by what's happening, or maybe my focus has been in the wrong place and I need to reevaluate if this goal is still serving me, and if where I'm going is still serving, or where I thought I was going is still valid and worthwhile in kind of this new shift. I think that for all of us, this is going to move us toward greater knowing, greater understanding, hopefully greater manifestations um, of ourselves in our environment, greater manifestations of our true path being made available to us in the physical world. But again, a reminder, like if you're tied up in the closet, you can't manifest stuff. You can't move forward. You can't free others. You can't help yourself. And so don't keep yourself there too long. It's okay to have a pity party. It's okay for 15 minutes to sit and lament about the state of the world and about the state of your life, and that's fine. That's okay. If that's what you need to do, own it, sit in it, like feel it. But just do give yourself permission also to get up and walk away from that. So the Empress again, with this air of rest and relaxation, I just want to remind you guys that sometimes doing the work looks like sitting on the couch. Sometimes doing the work looks like snuggling your pets. Sometimes doing the work looks like going for a walk. We really need to nurture ourselves right now, and we really need to be honest with ourselves about what is nurturing. We really need to be honest with ourselves about what is true care versus what is enabling. What are we doing that's actually good for us versus what are we doing that's making us feel good but is actually harming our bodies or harming our spirit? Not saying I'm not guilty of some of those practices, guys. I'm just saying that we all need to be really mindful. We can't be using the pandemic as a way of enabling our bad habits. We need to be allowing ourselves to process and to move forward and not halting that, because one of these days this is all going to be over and we're going to be moving forward into whatever world is out there after this. We're going to be in that new place completely. This transition will be over, and we're going to have a lot of catching up to do if we spend this whole time not processing anything at all. And so, again, let yourself sit on the couch and watch movies and cry. Let yourself sit on the couch and snuggle your pets. Let yourself nap 4 times today if that's what you need, but also make sure that you are doing something to continue your forward movement and continue onto the path that you want to be on, even if what that is figuring out if this is the path you want to be on. Take hold of the Leo energy that's happening today. Leo is a nice, slow burn. Start to think about what things you can add to your life or that are in your life that are giving you that consistent fuel, that consistent energy, that consistent fire, that consistent passion, and maybe lean into those things today as well. So, so that's just a reminder for everyone. A little reminder that there is a lot happening right now, and that we really need to be gentle with ourselves. it's really important that we give ourselves time to grieve the things that have been disrupted and that have been ended and that have been changed by what's happening in the world right now. It's very important to acknowledge that even if you have not been personally affected, as far as like being sick or having a person that you know being sick or affected by this, be mindful that you are still grieving. We're grieving in so many ways. We're grieving that this happened at all. We're grieving that certain governments and people are not responding well to it. We're really having a lot of pain right now, and we need to acknowledge that. Anyone that has suffered from depression knows how debilitating mental anguish can be. And so just for those of you that are new to this, just be aware that it's very fatiguing. It's mentally and emotionally exhausting, which translates into physically exhausting. There's all of our bodies, our energy body, our physical body, our spiritual body, they're all different layers of the same thing. And if one of them is out of alignment and one of them is being draining or being drained too rapidly, then all the others are going to be trying to supplement that and be drained also. So just be aware of that and be kind with yourself right now, as we're all doing our best in this difficulty and to deal with the pain that's happening right now. So that is the reading for today. That is today's tarot. I don't think I really have anything to add, although I tend to just kind of go on as I'm doing other things in my day. If anyone is here that would like a reading, please just let me know. I'm always happy to do personal readings. It's still the beginning of April, and I was thinking of doing some by zodiac readings. It would be fun, I think, to just do at least my own ascendant, rising, and or solar, rising, and lunar, just to see what this month is going to have in store. I mean, I know for myself personally, I've pulled some cards a little bit already, and I just, in my inner knowing, I kind of know where I'm going this month. I'm also doing the Lionhearts Challenge with Lionhearts Tarot on Instagram, and we're only 2 days in, and I'm already like, damn, you gonna smack me all month. It's just gonna keep me moving. So I think that that's going to be really good as well, to have excuse me, some external focus, or somebody offering me some focus, so to speak. My friend was sending me yesterday a link. What was it? Oh, she sent me a picture rather of a chore chart of like every day for a month you'll do a different thing to clean the house. You'll do the laundry or the dishes or whatever, instead of trying to like do it all on the weekends. It breaks it all down into daily tasks. And I was just looking to see what fell out, and it's the Three of Wands, just so you know. And what are we talking about with the Three of Wands? Oh, it's upside down. Oh, the Three of Wands. I like that they've added lanterns in this one to light their path forward. The threes are all about endings. And this is kind of a place that we're all coming to. We're all coming to kind of a personal or spiritual ending at the same time, in the ways that we're being affected. Whether we're lucky enough to be completely at home and still have food on the table, or whether we are not, we need to look forward from here, and we need to be aware of the cycles that are currently ending. So I guess this is what April is going to be about, is seeing these cycles ending and using the skills and the strengths that we've developed so far to move forward from this place. I think April's a difficult month. I think it's a beautiful month with Easter and rebirth and Austria and, am I saying that right? Did we already do Austria? I'm sorry, but I mean this season, I guess. I think it can be really beautiful, and it can be really about moving forward and about that forward momentum and about that growth and things like that. But I think we also can get stuck in the dirt. We forget that we're supposed to be growing, and we get disappointed at how slowly we're growing, or we feel like we're not growing fast enough. We get too hard on ourselves, and we forget that this is a whole season. So I guess I just want you guys to be nice to yourselves, please. If everyone could just be nice to yourself and be honest with yourself about where your attention and your mindset needs to be right now, then I think that that's what we all need to be doing to keep our heads on straight right now. So that concludes the reading for today. I don't think I'll pull. See, if I do cards for astrology for the month, I just want to do like every single sign. And I'm not good at remembering which one's which. Maybe I'll just get Post-it notes. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Hold on. I'm curious now. I'm like, hey, why not? Tarot's fun. But I don't think I want... Do I want the Steampunk tarot for this thing? Or what? What do I want? Okay. Now, I seem like a terrible person. Because I'm not going to be able to remember all of them. Well, Aries. Aries is easy to remember. Taurus. Gemini. Oh, here. I'll put so you guys can see what I'm doing again. Cancer. Leo. Oh, see, they're not the right size, and now I'll be 5 and 2, or I'll be 6 and it'll be weird. Can you guys see these ones over here? Maybe if I move this a little, maybe that's better. Leo. Virgo. I don't know if I'm getting these in the right order, but as long as I remember all 12, I'll be very pleased with myself. Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius. Oh my goodness. Oh, I think I'm going to need more space. Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius. That one gets sung because that's my sun sign. Although, Scorpio, I have Scorpio rising, Aquarius sun. I guess this should have been like a sun. I have a Aries moon, which is bad news for like everyone. Because, you know, that temper. I don't know how to, this is my rising. Upward and onward. There. So those are mine. Oh, and I forgot. Pisces, poor Pisces. Pisces. My bestest friend in the whole world since we were 13 is a Pisces, and she is like the chillest shit. You guys would love her. Okay. So for April, let's do an astrology reading. Okay, and so for each sign, you guys are gonna want to know. For every time you look at astrology, you should be looking at all the big three. Really are like sun, moon, and rising, and so you always want to be bearing that in mind. What deck do I want? Manga? I think I want different decks. What decks do I want? Well, maybe we'll just have a little bit of everything. Because, see, like, I feel like Aries would really vibe with the tattoo tarot today. So let's just Aries it up. Can we have one card? Only one, please. Which my decks don't like. My decks are not good at giving me one card. Case in point. Okay. This one or this one? This one? Ooh, the King of Wands for Aries. Okay, Aries, King of Wands. And so King of Wands is really about that path that we've all been following. It's about our life path, our own personal long game, if you will, whatever we've each been working toward. And so for Aries, this is really interesting because this came up in the reading yesterday, and the King of Wands was reversed. And so what this is telling us, Aries, is that what we need to focus on this month is really on staying on that path, on making sure that you can see he is looking forward. He is using the skills that he has already acquired to light the path before him. And so what Aries really needs to be focusing on this month is to use those skills. You've already come this far. You know what path you're on, and you know what path you're supposed to be on. You are lighting the way for yourself because you're an Aries, because you burn so big and bright. You can't even help it. You know what you're supposed to be doing. So take some of that Aries fire and keep moving your ass. And so really, this is just an encouragement for Aries. Just keep moving forward. You're doing the right thing. But you do really need to trust that intuition. You need to really stay with what's gotten you that far. Like, as far as you are right now, you need to remember what has gotten you there and rely on the skills and things that you've learned along the path to get you there. Is this for Taurus? Oh, okay. We're just going to do the whole thing. That's cool. Okay. So we're moving on to Taurus, apparently. And so Taurus got Temperance. Major Arcana, guys. That's really interesting. This is a good reminder for Taurus that, no offense, guys, you're not always right. This is an encouragement to have some balance, not only in your thinking, but in your perspective. Tauruses often get the bad reputation of being really stubborn. And while I don't personally think that Taurians are naturally stubborn. I think that they can tend towards stubbornness. They are an earth sign and can be very earthy, very stuck in their ways in some ways. But also, Tauruses, they really do the work. They're connected with the earth because they always have their feet on the ground, and they are always moving. They're always doing the work that they need to do to make sure that they're right, to make sure that when they speak up or when they hold their place, that they're doing that from a position of personal confidence and personal knowledge. And so a lot of people think that they can be stubborn or arrogant, but that's not necessarily what they're trying to do. What they're trying to do is just to show people where they're at. And so with Tauruses, you always kind of get what you see. There's no beating around the bush. There's no tiptoeing around. Yes, they can be a little bit like a bull in a china shop, pun intended, but also they are very direct and very blunt. And so Temperance this month for Tauruses, maybe this is a good reminder for you guys while you're stuck at home with everyone else. Maybe curb that tongue a little. It's good to be blunt and upfront. It's good to be upfront with everyone and to make sure that communication is clear. And you guys always do come from a very stable place when you're communicating. But just be aware that not everyone is able to handle that right now. There's a lot of emotions flying around. You can see that represented by the cups in this picture. And just be aware that what seems like something that's not a big deal for you, that drop could be what's overflowing someone else's cup, right? So you can see that you guys are very grounded and maybe handling this, what you consider to be, in better ways than those around you. But just remember that each of us is dealing with this in our own way. Not everyone has that stability to lean back on. Not everyone has that deep-rooted sense of security that you do. And so a lot of people are having that threatened right now. So this is really your time, Taurus, to maybe just seek some balance, not only in what you're outputting, but what you're bringing into the world. If you're finding yourself frustrated at the way people are acting or reacting, maybe remove yourself from that a little bit, or find something constructive and functional to do that's going to give you that sense of balance between the feeling that no one's doing what they should be doing, and feeling like someone is taking action. So that's for Taurus. So now we're going to move on to Gemini, and we're not using this deck. Okay, we're using the manga tarot. Oh my goodness, guys, this is going to be hilarious. I'm going to end up here with like 6 tarot decks on my desk, which, like, it'd be the first time. Actually, no, I'm usually pretty good about, I don't want to say pretty good, that's the wrong word. I usually don't mix my decks. I'm just starting to, as I notice other people doing it, and I think it's really interesting to see when the different kind of vibes that each deck has, and to see how the questions are answered in similar but different ways. Well, that was fast. Okay, so for Geminis, we've got the Knight of Swords. So the Knight of Swords often comes up to talk about things that are happening quickly. This might be a challenge for Geminis, as they're not feeling like they're having the time to prep and prepare properly. We're definitely getting a lot of new ideas thrown at us very quickly, and it's difficult to assimilate all of that as fast as it's happening. There's also the very real danger of information overload right now. Any of you energy sensitive Geminis are probably not only feeling it from the news that you're gorging yourselves on, and the research that you're doing, but also from people that you know that are handling it in different ways on social media. And so you're probably picking up a lot of new ideas and a lot of new things right now that you're not really feeling prepared or ready for. This is just a reminder, the Knight of Swords, while things are moving very quickly, just remember that you still have your armor on. You still have what you need to do this. It is happening very fast. If you're finding it too much, cut it into smaller pieces. Take your sword and chop that shit up. Give yourself breaks. Take some time for yourself and find a way to move forward that doesn't feel fast and scary. Find a way that's consistent and at your pace. Even if that's one thing, even if that's working on a puzzle every day or playing a game and leveling up like one level a day, or doing some challenge on the internet with other people. Hi, Isabel. How are you? Isabella, sorry. Did I get that right? Isabella? Thank you for stopping by. Are you a Taurus by chance, or a Gemini by chance? We're just talking about how the Geminis really need to watch themselves right now, to not cut themselves on their own sword. Thank you. I like my haircut too. This is the way I like to look. We just need to be careful with our Gemini friends right now. If you're solar or lunar or rising Gemini, this advice applies to different aspects of your life, but nonetheless. And so this is really about making sure that you're finding a way to move forward and feel that progress without feeling like you're being shoved down the path. You're a Libra. Libra is here. So I have done, do you know what your solar, because that's your solar sign probably, do you know what your lunar sign is, your moon sign? And or do you know what your ascendant or rising sign is? Do ya? Ha ha ha. That's my question. We will get to Libra. It will be there because it's number 7. But you should pay attention to all 3 of your the big 3, the solar, lunar, and rising. I really recommend, if you don't know your chart or if you haven't pulled a full chart for yourself, I really recommend AstroSeek. Ooh, your lunar's Cancer. Okay, Cancer's next. Hooray! Okay, what am I using for Cancer? This one? Not that one? This one for Cancer? No, this one for Cancer? Ooh, okay, Steampunk. Steampunk Cancer. Ooh, Capricorn Ascendant. That's interesting. Do you find that like a heavy sign to have there? Ooh, like do you feel like it hinders your forward movement? Oh, this is so interesting because the Knight of Swords is also for Cancer. Oh yes, poor Cancers are probably feeling very inundated by recent events and feeling a little bit in over their heads. Poor Cancers. Oh, Scarlett, hi! Just in time, darling. Poor Cancers are probably feeling very inundated by recent events. Cancers really like to take their time and process. They like to take their time and think things through and feel things through on their own without the pressure of everyone looking at them for a reaction. And so they're probably feeling very put upon right now to react very quickly and to feel things very quickly. And that's not feeling very natural for them. They're probably feeling a little bit shoved along with everything that's going on. And so you can see here that this Knight of Swords, instead of looking more confident, is looking very kind of guarded. And so this is just showing that the Cancers are feeling more guarded about what's happening right now, maybe a little bit even defensive about some of the emotions that are coming up as a result of the way that our world is shifting so quickly. And they kind of have their hand on their sword. So if you have Cancers in your life, hey, if Tyrone is here, this is for you. If you have a Cancer or a Cancer girlfriend, just careful you don't get cut, because Cancers are real bad for snapping when they're needing some distance or when they're needing you to back off. They don't necessarily have a good way of showing that all the time. And so they're, unfortunately, when they get into their shell, into their emotional kind of places, they do have a tendency to snap. And I mean like snap, not like snap, like, so it's just to be very aware of that, and just to be aware that that's going to be happening. Cancers, you need to be careful not to be cutting your loved ones. Yes, it's good to keep your sword close. There's a lot happening right now. It's okay to defend yourself, but make sure you're defending yourself and not, needlessly harming those close to you by wielding your sword at the dinner table, for example. Just saying. I mean, it seems like something that you needed to hear. I can't imagine why. No, this one, that one. Oh, this one. Okay, I think we're on to Leo now. Leo, where the moon is today. Which is nice. I like when the moon is in Leo. I don't mind fire signs. I feel like the fire signs, I have a lunar fire sign, so maybe that just feels more homey to me. And I'm comfortable with that energy. Comfortable. Whoa. No, we're not having 4 cards for Leo. I don't care how special they think they are. This one? Are we leaving the others then? Okay. Excellent. Interesting. Okay, so the 4 of Swords is for Leo today. Interesting. Whoops. Who's this for? Virgo? Is that what that's for? Put the other way around? Okay, you have to wait. We're not doing Virgo yet. Okay, so Leo, darling Leos. And remember, if you have solar, lunar, or ascendant, this applies. So if you have Leo in any of those 3, please pay attention. 4 of Swords for our darling Leos. So this is just a reminder that for starters, you're going to miss what's happening if you're sleeping through it. This is a good reminder to keep our wits about us. It's a good reminder that if you're sleeping on the job, you can get cut. It's just a good for us to be aware. We have gathered all these intellectual swords in the past. We've amassed these skills and these I want to say resources, but I mean mental resources. We've we've got coping mechanisms and techniques that we have developed in other times, and it's normal for Leo to be a little bit cocky. They have that cat-like confidence, that swagger, but don't be caught sleeping here. Be aware that this is affecting you. Don't pretend that it's not. You are not untouchable, and you are not beyond being affected and beyond being um, um, having emotions about what's happening, whether you are being directly impacted in some way or not. And so it's just to be aware, my darling Leos, that even those with good coping mechanisms, even those with good strategies can still cut themselves on their own swords. And so just make sure that those really are coping mechanisms and strategies, and not some way that you're enabling yourself, or some old idea that's no longer serving you, and it's just actually taking you down the wrong path. So just double check, wake up, make sure that you're where you're supposed to be. Six of Pentacles. And this one is saying, I can be nice sometimes. This one is for Virgo. I just need a drink. Anyone know any Virgos? Anyone dating any Virgos? Virgos are freaking out about their money right now. And this month for you, Virgo, because Virgos are very caught in the physical world in a lot of ways. Virgos are very about, I don't want to say like about the money, but it's definitely a source of security to them. Virgos want to see it in writing. Virgos want to have that stability. Virgos want to feel safe. Virgos want to feel that they have everything they're ever going to need for everything that could ever come up. And they really want it. Sorry, the dragon's wandering around. I was just curious what she's doing. And this situation is challenging for all of us. Notice that the scales are in here. Oh, hi! Is it King Ashley? Have I got that right? Should I call you King or should I call you Ashley? And hi, Neurophysiologia. Can I call you Neuro? Ooh, thank you for the follow. So we are just talking about Virgos. And so this is I'm just doing kind of like an astro forecast for the signs for the month, because heck, why not? I was bored. And look I actually remembered all the signs in, I think, order. Proud of myself. And so, yeah, I'm talking about Virgos. I'm talking about how this is probably feeling pretty challenging for a lot of Virgos. This is really, Ashley is your name? Okay, I will call you Ashley then. I will comment that this is challenging for Virgos because your sense of security is being tested. Virgos very much have their security based in the physical world, based on their castle, so to speak, based on their treasure hoard, for lack of a better word. And so they're probably struggling a little right now. Virgos are also a little slower on the processing side as far as emotionally, because they do want everything to be in the 3D and they want to pretend that those emotions aren't happening. So just be aware that that might be something that Virgos in the world are struggling with right now. But also just we see that there's this balance, and we just need, this card is here to remind Virgos that, there is support available, guys. You're not going to be left alone. You need to find some balance in your thinking. Yes, there needs to be intelligence and mindfulness right now. We need to be using our resources, our skills, our strategies well. We need to be putting everything that we've earned and learned into practice and into play right now, but we don't need to be panicking. We need to keep ourselves out of that place of panic, because panic is really where we make those mistakes from, and that's when we really start jeopardizing our true security. And so for Virgos, it's just about maintaining that balance and maintaining that calm for you this month. Really focus on where the supports you don't normally see are. Really focus on, because I know this helps Virgos, focus on your backup plan. Focus on where you're going to get whatever resources you think you need, without it being super stressful and super panicking for you. So it's just to have that game plan and to just acknowledge that there is a lot of assistance right now, guys. So there's no reason to really panic. There's strangers helping strangers on the internet. There's all kinds of support being made available by governments. And so we're all helping each other. And so whatever kind of support that you're needing, make sure that you're asking for it. Make sure that you're not sitting there hoarding what you have and not, putting it out there. Yes, you need to not block your emotions like crazy. I really recommend for Virgos and anyone actually to just kind of, I want to use the word grounding, but Virgos are already so like stuck in the ground. Sometimes it's hard for them. But what I mean is like releasing energy. And so really making sure that you're not like buried in the ground, but instead that you are like in touch with the ground and that you are like allowing energy to flow both into you and away from you as needed. And that'll really help keeping those emotional things fresh and keeping that energy coming so that you can cope with that properly. And so, yes, Neuro, I absolutely can give you a read totally. I'm going to finish the Astro thing that I'm doing, and then I'll give you a reading, absolutely, if you want to stick around. I love doing readings for people. And this will give you a chance to see the decks, and maybe you can pick one. So that is the message for Virgo for April. And your focus really needs to just be on seeing that you have resources in places that you don't normally look. Also, I keep saying to everyone, but you're new here, Ashley, I keep saying that people need to be focusing on the resources that are not money and resources that are not in their castle right now. You need to focus on where you have friends and support. You need to focus on spiritual, being able to lean on a spiritual belief or system if you have one. Maybe take this time and gain some energetic or spiritual practice that serves you in order so that you can process your emotions better and make yourself feel like you're being productive, because that's another problem Virgos are going to be facing right now, is just that feeling of productivity in light of what all that's going on. Woo! Okay, Libra. Oh, Libra. Lucky Libra. That happened fast, hey? Just right out here. So the Libra gets the Ten of Cups. You'd like to know if you'll be a mother? Okay. I will definitely do a reading for you. My tarot readings are often instructive, so we'll see what it comes up with. But I absolutely will read that for you as soon as I'm done this part. Where are you from, or where are you living now, and what is your first language, if it's not English, which I assume it's not because you were saying. So anyways, the Libra reading for April. So we have the beautiful Ten of Cups again. The Ten of Cups is all about that happiness, about fulfillment, and about harmony. Libras are a little bit about the home and the family in some ways anyway, and so they're probably somewhat enjoying this. This is just a reminder to Libra that, to lean into your skills, lean into your peacekeeping skills, and yes, Neuro, I was asking you those questions, sorry. Lean into your peacekeeping skills, lean into your natural tendency towards balance, and look at ways that you can incorporate that more into your life. It looks like you are already actually, Libra, doing pretty well in April, and it looks like what you really need to focus on is that hearth and home mentality, on strengthening existing relationships and making sure that you're giving yourself the space to care for yourself in the midst of the chaos so that you can continue nurturing others and continue having this happiness. So Libra, that was like the easiest card for the month so far. Like Libra, I hope that you're having a great time wherever you are. Oh, you're from Spain. That's amazing. I will definitely, this is the wrong deck. I have 4 decks on the go, guys. This is getting out of hand. Oh my goodness. Okay. None of these decks, huh? The other kin one? Yeah, okay. You know, it wasn't enough decks, so I'm getting the other deck now because it's actually the other kin deck. Ooh, you're Pisces? I did Pisces. Oh no, Pisces is last. I haven't done Pisces yet. I also recommend for you to know your, so Pisces will be your sun sign. And I recommend that you also know your lunar sign and your rising or ascendant sign. Right. You do have to get the perfect card. I mean, you can't mess around with this stuff. You gotta keep it real. Okay, so let's see. Of course, frickin' Scorpio needed like its own special artsy deck. I mean, honestly. Scorpio, eye roll. My daughter is an artsy Scorpio. Your moon Scorpio? Oh, sorry. Oh, but that means that you're like, will like love someone forever. And ever, 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 whether you should or not. That's what's going to happen right there. Okay. So you just need to be mindful of that. That there's a difference between true love and Scorpio obsession. Just saying, commenting, putting that out there. Your brother's just like that? Yes. Deep and artsy. Scorpios are great as long as you don't piss them off. Ooh, another Knight of Swords. This is super interesting, you guys. This is so many Knight of Swords. And it's super interesting to see two of the water signs get this Knight of Swords, because obviously the water signs are going to be feeling this is happening really fast, right? And so the Knight of Swords here is showing more of a defensive stance. He is very confident in his position already, because Scorpios are very confident in their position, aren't they? Scorpios have that tendency, that deep inner knowing, and that deep, they know themselves, and everything that comes out of them comes from a place of depth and comes from this deep inner knowing and inner focus that they have. And so Scorpios, they don't like being pushed. They don't like when the world is changing faster than they're ready for. They're feeling a little defensive right now. But they're saddled up. They're ready. They're not going to take a horse, of course. They're going to take their own vehicle of change. Scorpios are going to do it their way, and they're going to cut anyone who tells them otherwise. So you guys just realize again, like some of the other cards, realize that puts you in a place of defensiveness, and realize that puts you in a place to be like wounding your loved ones. And so just be aware of that. No one is telling you that you can't ride your bird of awesomeness into the future. No one's saying that. You can totally do this your way. In fact, you are encouraged to do that. But just make sure that you are not forcing anyone else to do it your way along with you. Bear in mind that while you have that deep inner knowing and that deep purpose, not everyone does. And while you may choose to just bury yourself in one of your existing obsessions, or to put yourself fully into this new transition with as much obsession and vigor as you do everything else, just know that, like I said, there's no real wrong answer as long as you are accepting that you have to move forward at this point. Defending yourself into a corner is not really useful, right? Oh, hi, Tyrone. We were just talking about how you need to be careful with your woman this month. She gonna cut someone. So Scorpio, just do bear in mind that defensiveness can also prevent you from having the support that you need, and that single-minded focus and obsession can prevent you from seeing that other people around you are needing maybe would benefit from you putting your skills and your focus in other directions. So just be aware of that. I know it's all happening very quickly, and I know that a lot of people, Cancers and Scorpios, for example, are feeling defensive and wielding their swords very close to them and possibly slightly erratically, you know, like this kind of thing, in an effort to keep scary things away. And just know that you can't keep the scary things away, and cutting off those that you love at the same time is detrimental to you. So don't do it. Don't, just stop it. Stop it. Okay, so I have like 43 decks out. Is anyone else using the otherkin deck? No? Only Scorpio? Scorpios, I tell ya. Okay, so this can go over here for now. Sorry, guys. I have too many decks on the desk. Decks on the desk. Decks on the desk. Decks on the desk. You can't say it 5 times fast. Try it. Oh, is it manga now? Of course, it would be freaking manga for Sagittarius. I think Sagittarius is interesting because they're all about, like, forward! And you didn't need to know. It was more important to act immediately rather than discuss with you. But, like, also artsy and drama queens and, like, interesting. No, they don't get more cards than everyone else. Really, Scorpio? I mean, Sagittarius. Really, Sagittarius is going to take over the whole world here. Look at this. I'm like, no, we're not doing that. And they're like, no, we are. We're doing this. There's 4 cards. Everyone else gets 1 card, and Sagittarius just got to be special now. Here I thought Scorpio was being dramatic with their special deck and all, but no. This is what I'm talking about. Sagittarius just always got to be extra. It's just, it's just never enough for them to just, like, be like everyone else or do what everyone else is doing. If you know a Sagittarius that doesn't have, like, autonomic defiance disorder or whatever that's called, like where you're like, do that. No! It's like they're already, like, ready to punch you, like, until you know before you finish your sentence. Like, Sagittarius. Okay, so Sagittarius, fine. Here are your 4 cards, special ones. I know, every sign does have special quirks. Okay, so here are our darling Sagittarians. Yeah, that's right. You get the death card. That's what you get for being cranky. And okay, I see why there had to be more than 1 card. Because if you gave Sagittarians only 1 card and it was a death card, they would lose their shit. So, all right, Sagittarius, here we are, as dramatic as possible. Death is merely the beginning. That's for my partner who has death is just the biggest. Death is only the beginning tattooed on his leg. And so this is a reminder that this is, what's happening right now is a beginning, not an ending. Yes, things are ending, and yes, that is happening, but really this is the beginning of a new age and a new, your ascendant is such. You need to pay attention then. This applies to you. We just need to keep in mind that this is a new beginning that's happening. Yes, there are endings happening right now, and of course, there is a tendency for those of us who are more dramatic to focus on that rather than on the positives that are coming out of this and the beginnings that are happening, the seeds of growth and change that are being planted in this dark place. And so it's just important to be aware of that. The next card here for you Sagittarians is the Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune, surrounded by the snake there. The snake often actually a sign of healing. Even its poison can be used as an antidote. And also in smaller doses and also as medicine. And so just to remember that even though things seem hard right now, the wheel is turning, guys. Things are moving forward. You just need to keep stepping. You guys need to keep your foot on the path because when it's moving beneath your feet, the best way to stay on top is to just keep moving as well. You just need to be aware that there's healing available here. There is healing that can be accepted and owned and taken advantage of in this dark period as we're growing, as the seeds are germinating, and it's important not to get caught up or feel like you're being dragged off the wheel by what's happening and getting caught up in the drama and the reactions of everyone that's happening around you. This is another card which I should not be surprised is being pulled for Sagittarius. This is basically the heartbreak card. the Three of Swords. Now, this I think is really interesting because technically, like, heartbreak should be about cups. Emotions are cups. And so this is really about our heart being broken by the loss of an ideal, the ending of an ideal. This card comes up a lot when relationships end, like first relationships, like your first love kind of thing, because what's really happening there is that you're learning that it's not about the emotion, really. You're learning that what you really thought about love and what you really learned, what you thought you knew about love is not true. And in some ways, when we lose that first relationship, that first love, that's the bigger grieving that's happening. Aw, thank you for the follow, Neuro. I appreciate that very much. And so, to go back to Sagittarius, they are feeling fairly heartbroken right now, but Sagittarians, you need to realize that you're feeling heartbroken, by the loss of an ideal. This is a feeling that's being brought about by a mental shift, which means that you're mentally in control of that. And so if you're feeling particularly like you need a fainting couch, the Sagittarius drama comes out, just remind yourself that you have that tendency, and to give yourself that time to step back and mentally examine what's happening. You guys have an amazing intellectual ability, Sagittarius, and you really need to rely on that now to get you through kind of the drama. And so the last card for special Sagittarius, who gets 4 cards instead of 1, is the King of Swords. Now this is interesting because other cards, we've got 3 Knight of Swords on the board right now, but the King of Swords is actually a different situation entirely. The King of Swords is here to reassure you that your intellect and your decisions have got you here this far. Your sword has remained sharp, and upside down or right side up, you're still the King of Swords. This is who you are, and this is what you are. Don't be afraid to own that, and don't be afraid to fully lean into that. If you're one of those Sagittariuses who pretends you're not a drama queen, knock it off. Just own it. Own yourself. This is a time when we can all be alone with ourselves and examine ourselves fully, and just realize that your strengths don't just come from your mind, but also come from your ability to process your emotions, your ability to handle those emotions in a healthy way, and your ability to walk yourself through these situations intellectually in order to get yourself back on the right path, to cut to your own truth. And this has stood you well in the past, and it's going to stand you well going forward, Sagittarius. So hi, Alina. Alina is here. I think I got it right. Hi. It's nice to see you. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Everyone that's followed, I appreciate it. You guys are wonderful. Thank you for coming to the readings. Just so everyone knows, I'll be streaming every day at the same time. I've been streaming for an hour and 20 minutes now. So I'll be streaming at 3 o'clock every Tuesday to Sunday. I'll be doing a tarot reading for the collective, as well as pulling cards for anyone that wants it. So when I'm done this, I've already promised a reading for Neuro with a question that she has. And yeah, so that's where we're at. We've already done Aries and all the way through the zodiac up to Sagittarius, which are the December birthdays. And now we're moving on to Capricorn, which are late December and January. And Capricorn are also drama queens. Are we using the manga tarot for them? Yes? No? Not the tattoo tarot? No? Okay, just check. I'm sorry, I was just checking. I didn't listen. Hey, good thumbs. It's going good. How are you doing? Oh, no, not this one. Sorry. I got it wrong again. Oh, the Steampunk tarot. Yes, that makes sense. Okay. It is going well for me today. I am very much enjoying my stream and my tarot reading. I love reading tarot. I think it's a really enjoyable way to connect with people. Literally connect with people. Woo! Gonna drop stuff. Don't want to drop stuff. Look, okay. One card, Capricorn. Don't be like Sagittarius who got 4. Yeah, you should know. Sagittarius, they've got some drama. It's okay though. We still love them. Capricorn. Oh, yes. All right, Capricorn. This is your month of pouting. If you would like a reading, good thumbs, you just need to kind of get in line. So Neuro has requested a reading already, and so when I'm done my zodiac pull, I'll give her a reading, and then I can have you have a reading after that. So back to Capricorn. Poor Capricorn. Pouting. So, you can see Capricorn was really hoping to have some drinks with their friends in April, and that's not happening. They're kind of pissed off about it. They're maybe not loving having their drinks at home alone. But they are missing the fact that in that corner behind them, they're too busy pouting to see the goblet of opportunity on the shelf behind them. Hey, pal. We're just talking about Capricorn for April. Okay, I'm going to have to start a list, you guys. Neuro was first, and then Good Thumbs, and then Alina. For readings, I'm going to have to get a bot and have like a Q feature or something. That's what I'm going to have to do. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out later. You do like your booze? I mean, there's really nothing wrong with that. Be careful, though, at this time that you're not like, going overboard. A lot of people are leaning into their habits rather than into their strengths in order to get through this time. But we really need to be leaning into our skills and our resources. We really need to be leaning into all the things that we've learned so far on our paths that have taken us to where we are and helped us be successful, and not leaning into the things that we do as stress mechanisms that are ultimately tripping us up. And so, Capricorn, yeah, have a drink, have one, have your pout, and then start looking for that golden goblet. Start looking around for what you're supposed to be getting out of this. Instead of pouting, make yourself productive. You are a Capricorn. You can be productive anywhere, anyway. Don't give me that shit. If you are sitting there pouting and not making progress, it is your own fault. That's right, I said it. Capricorns can do anything. Capricorns are magical creatures, and I don't care who you are. That's truth. And so it's really important, Capricorn, right now for you to be looking for that magic goblet, for you to be trying to find that for yourself, and to be making sure that you are putting your focus where it needs to be and not on where it doesn't need to be. And we all know where it doesn't need to be. And are productive or like super duper lucky. Yeah. It's funny, Capricorns are really good at manifesting because they're interesting because they're kind of between the two as far as like the dream world and having their feet on the ground. So they're excellent manifestation people. They can make anything happen. And that's what I'm saying here is that if things are not going the way you want, Capricorn, above and beyond not being able to go about your business as normal with a world pandemic, a global pandemic, above and beyond that, if things are not going the way you want, that's your fault. Yep, I said it again. If you weren't listening, your fault. So Capricorn, quit your pouting. Quit your pouting. Get on Skype with your buddies if that's what's going to give you that energy you need to go back to your normal manifestation amazingness, and get your head out of your ass. friendly tips from Skwyrl. Okay, pal, thank you very much for following. I appreciate that. And I'm like looking so many places as I'm doing these readings. Aquarius, this is my sun sign. I feel like we're going to use the unicorn deck because I love the unicorn deck and I'm an Aquarius and I'm using the unicorn deck. Ha ha ha. That's right. I'm picking this one. No one's going to stop me except maybe the deck. Now, Aquarius, we're a special little bunch also. It's going to be interesting to see what we get. Whoa! For this month. Also, Aquarius, yay! Aquarians are awesome. Just for the record, did you know that there are fewer... Okay, I read this somewhere, so maybe it's a lie, but as far as I'm concerned, it's 100% accurate. Apparently, there are fewer Aquarians than any other sign in the zodiac, but there are more famous Aquarians than any other sign in the zodiac because we are all crazy. Like Einstein was an Aquarius. We're like those visionary, like forward thinkers. We're the ones that are always like out there, Totally. Aquarians, craziness. We're amazing. And we're somebody, and this is another thing that somebody told me once, which I thought was super interesting, is that they said that Aquarius, somebody told them that Aquarius is the last sign that you incarnate as before ascension. Like this is your chance for ascension. Is if you incarnate as Aquarius, your responsibility, because you're so forward thinking, is to basically think your way out of here, right? And so I think that's super interesting, and I personally am taking that as a challenge because fuck this place. I'm sick of Earth. I'm not coming back. I'm supposed to be up there with my horn and my wings somewhere, and this is done now. We're done. We've had enough. So anyway, funny that our card is the King of Cups, which is about emotional maturity and stuff. Hi, Remedy. Welcome to the chat. It says, it takes a few to keep my temper under control around you. Yeah, isn't that Aquarius and like the whole world? Because, they just... Oh, yes, Ashley, I'm with you. I don't want to come back to this place either. You know how many realms there are? I don't even know how many realms there are. Why do we have to keep coming to this one? It's bullshit. Anyway, / end rant. So the King of Cups, yes. Aquarius, we need to be careful not to lean into our bad habits. We need to be careful not to lean into our naughty tendencies of judging people for not taking care of the collective. There's a lot of temptation for us for that right now. Aquarians are really, like I said, the visionaries and the forward thinkers, the ones that really are concerned about the forward momentum of society and really concerned about the collective and the whole. So it's difficult for us right now. We're really feeling the pain of the world. We're really feeling what's happening out there. And we need to be really careful not to bury that pain in various things that we know are bad habits. Not pointing anything at anyone or at my bong that's sitting over there. Just saying. We need to just be aware that not everyone is like us. Not everyone is as forward thinking of us as us. Not everyone is able to see the situation as a potential good thing, is not able to be there with us in this space right now. And so to be gentle with others, but also not to deny our own feelings in this situation by burying them in various unhealthy ways. And so what the little unicorn here is doing right is spilling some of that out. Let those emotions out. Go ahead and deal with it in any way that you need to. Aquarians, we all have our ways of dealing with this. Aquarians, maybe it's putting on a kids movie and crying. Maybe it's taking a long walk by the river. Maybe it's whatever. But we all know our ways of dealing with things. We've been through the mill. And this is our time to lean on those skills, lean on those things that have gotten us through things in the past. And also doing our best not to be too cranky. Alina, are you Pisces? Are you the last one? Oh no, you're Libra. Good. So we got yours. We got yours read. But it's too bad. Well, you know what though? I'm streaming every single day, Tuesday to Sunday. Only days I don't stream are Mondays. I'm here at 3:00 my time every day. So an hour and a half ago your time. And come tomorrow and get a reading, and I can do it for you then if you've got to go. Don't even worry about it. And then it'll space out better anyway. It'll be more fun. You can have a whole reading to yourself. So just thank you, Good Thumbs, for following. And again, just to go back to Aquarius, just a quick, a Good Thumbs Aquarius reminder is just really to focus on our Aquarius ability to be caring and distant at the same time. You really need to be able to own your whole self, as well as back yourself, protect yourself from the whole, as well as support the whole. And I know that that's a hard balance, this strike, but that's something that we need to be working on this month rather than burying our emotions. Okay, that sounds great, Alina. Perfect. I'll see you hopefully tomorrow or the next day or something like that, and then we can get a reading done for you. I'm sorry that you've got to run. Okay, that's the wrong. So Pisces is sensitive. So what deck are we using for sensitive Pisces? Oh, it is the Manga Tarot. I love how many swords we're having. I think that this is a month of thinking for a lot of us. There's definitely some, no problem. I'm glad, Good Thumbs, that you are enjoying it. Yes, my best friend is also a Pisces. Pisces are amazing humans, and we should all be so grateful and lucky as to have a Pisces in our lives. They are the most balanced of the water signs. They are the most amazing at peacekeeping and mediating. They are so good at feeling where everyone is coming from without getting lost in it themselves for the most part. I mean, no Pisces is perfect. And they're just so good at being supportive, at giving that listening ear, at really meeting people where they're at. And I think that's why my best friend and I have been friends for literally 25 years now, because she's one of the only people that can put up with my shit. Yeah. Hey, thank you for the follow, Remedy. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I feel like I need to work on my overlay or something, because I feel like the follow things come up strange, but I'll have to play with that some other time. Justice for Pisces. And I love the manga tarot, especially for sensitive people that are having their cards read. And you can see, just again, Pisces are needing to find that balance between the intellect, the sword, and I can't hold it right. What else is she holding? The sword and the scales. And so she's trying to find this balance with her mind. It's important for Pisces to know right now that that balance might not be achievable with only your intellect. You might need to step beyond your normal boundary. Pisces manage to be so caring and fluid because they do have such good boundaries, and they do have such good limits for themselves. They're very strict about their limits for themselves. But they're very but you need to understand, Pisces, that is also limiting you from finding true and full balance. And so maybe just this is a reminder. Everyone is going through this shakeup right now. Everyone is going through this rebalancing and this new idea of what justice is. And maybe it's time for you to re-examine your boundaries and and to examine with whether those boundaries are allowing you to be a full version of yourself and to be fully useful and helpful to the collective and to those that you love right now, or whether those boundaries are something that you're now finding yourself leaning on as a fortress instead of as a safety gate, So Pisces are, Pisces are definitely seeking that balance. Just know that there's this element of justice in this card. The card is the Justice card. There's this idea of things being fair. And just know, Pisces, that it's okay to want things to be fair for yourself. You don't need to always be the mediator. You can hold your sword. You can put the scales down and hold just your sword if that's what you need to do right now. No one is forcing you into the position of mediator. If your ego is keeping you there, maybe that's one of the boundaries that you need to discover. Don't be putting out your skills and your energy needlessly at this time. You really need to be keeping the best of yourself for yourself if you want to be able to continue doing your wonderful Piscesness in the midst of all this chaos. So just again, a friendly reminder for Pisces, you are not required to make everyone happy. You are not required to find balance and justice for everyone. At this time, you are being asked to put down the scales and find that justice for yourself. And so don't be afraid to lean into that energy this month. Not saying that you have to abandon everyone, but again, just take that blindfold off and realize, examine for yourself whether that's still serving you. Okay, so, sorry, I got caught up in that. And so, you have a question, Good Thumbs, about Libras. Libras got where are my Libras? Libras got the happiness card this month, which is great. Libras need to focus on their home and on the happiness that they get from their home life and their family, because that's where Libras do the best on keeping everyone in their family and in their life balanced and happy. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of Pisces. You are so lucky. Like, honestly, they're such a great sign, and just so have such amazing potential, such amazing capacity for humans. Virgo. Where is my Virgo? Virgo. Six of Pentacles. Oh, the quickie for Virgos. You can go back and look at the what are you if you love Virgos? Not many people love Virgos. What's your sign, pal? That's an interesting thing to say. The takeaway for Virgos today is that Virgos are really struggling right now because their sense of security is based on physical world things. Virgos are a very earth sign, and Virgos get their stability and their sense of security from their fortress, more than, and from science and from facts, and they build their world on very tangible things that can be proven, things that can be touched. And so Virgos are really struggling right now with the shakeup that's happening globally and feeling insecure. But they're being asked to remember that there is they need to be seeking balance right now in their perspective. Be careful not to be hoarding or using your resources that you do have in order to like in the wrong way. Basically, make sure that you are keeping tabs on yourself and not squandering what resources that you do have. And also, just this month needs to be for Virgos about focusing on like what the backup plan is, so to speak. Where is the other support available? There is tons of other support available. The Six of Pentacles is about money from the community or support from the community, about resources coming from new places, from other places. And so there's so much of that happening right now on the internet and in the world, people reaching out to help each other. And so just be aware, Virgos, that you're going to have what you need. Whether that's love, whether that's friendship, whether that's support, whatever it is that you're struggling with right now, whatever your preferred resource is. Again, I know most Virgos, they're scared they're going to lose their home. They're scared they're going to lose their job. They're scared that they're not going to have enough money for things. They're scared they're not going to have enough food for things, whatever. Just know that you are going to have what you need. And you need to really focus on where the universe is offering you support right now. And you need to focus on where you can get the resources you feel like you're lacking without causing yourself undue stress at this concern of lack, I guess. Does that help? Okay, that was not very nutshell-y. I'm not very good at short answers. So that concludes the astrology for Aries segment of today's show. And now I need to put all these cards back in the correct decks. Okay. Darn Sagittarius, just gotta be so extra. Okay, what reading? What am I using for Neuro's reading? Well, thank you, Scarlett. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I do so love, and thanks, good thumbs. I do so love doing this stuff. I find it so fulfilling. And I was saying earlier in the stream, this is kind of like me doing my news. Like I don't necessarily follow the mainstream media and stuff. It's just too much for me. Do I not have a crystal at this anymore? Oh, maybe I don't. It's just too much for me to assimilate emotionally and energetically. And so this is kind of like my news forecast for myself. Like, hey, what's happening in the world? Oh, people are freaking out? Well, crap. I guess I should work on that. Where's my other Ken deck? Oh my goodness, that was a lot of cards. I mean, a lot of decks. I mean, both, I guess. Whoa. I feel like this is a good way of kind of keeping my like finger on the pulse of the world, so to speak. Darn it, I already put this one away. I didn't realize I had so many steampunk ones up. It was kind of a steampunky day, though. Can I add you to the list of readings? Oh my gosh. I mean, yes, of course I can. Alina had to go. So you can be number 3. Yes. I think a lot of people say... Yes, and I'm sorry, Remedy, I'm reading your whole comment. I totally understand what you're meaning. A lot of people say that our rising is stronger. You're probably really feeling that Scorpio moon right now, especially since the moon was in Cancer just yesterday, and it's just now moved into a fire sign, like just today. So it's just good to be aware of that. It's just good to be aware that you're having Cancers are scary. That you have all of those different influences happening, right? And so the moon, for so many of us, especially for women, a lot of us really need to pay more attention to our moon sign than to our what am I doing? Than to our solar sign. They say that women, because the moon is the feminine energy, they say that those of us that have a majority of feminine energy, and while I do not recognize myself as a woman, I do recognize that I have a considerable amount of feminine energy, and I feel that I'm very affected by that. I do also pay really close attention to what's happening with the moon and the moon cycles. And I do feel I'm really affected by my lunar sign, which is Aries, in some ways. I feel like but oh my gosh, right, Remedy? They're so nice, and they're like, "Oh hi, I love you. What can I help you with?" And then they're just like, never on the page you think they're gonna be on. Your Aries moon. That's interesting too. A lot of people find that as they like there's different, I feel like in some ways it's like a pendulum, like it goes in different directions, right? Like sometimes we need to rely more on our moon, and sometimes we need to rely more on our sun. Sometimes we just need to lean into whatever part whatever is getting us through the current time, right? We need to rely on whatever strength is currently working, and not rely on stuff that was working last week. You know what I mean? We need to be able to stay on our toes. Cancers can be chaotic feeling. Cancers are difficult because they don't always, like, it takes them a while to process their emotions, and so they have difficulty. Like their initial reaction is not always their like total reaction. So other people are like, "Whoa, we talked about this," and cancers are like, "Dude, we talked about it. I didn't feel it yet. I had to make up my mind how I felt about it." And then they come back, and then they're like, "Dude, I know we talked about it, but we didn't feel it yet, and now I need to talk about it again because I'm feeling it now." Like 3 weeks later, and they're just like slow. Like they're slower processing because they just are so inundated by emotions, and they're so they feel like they're drowning by emotions if they get too much, and so they just they kind of scuttle. So it's not necessarily chaos so much as blind panic in the face of emotions. How's that? So curious to see what Scarlett thinks about this. Okay, I'm going to do a reading for Neuro now. Neuro, are you still here? Because if you're not here, there's no point in doing a reading for you. I will wait until you come back, and then I will do a reading for you. But if you are here, please speak up, and I will commence your reading. Oh my goodness, Cancer Venus, that's twitchy. I feel for your partner. That's harsh. I'm so sorry. I'm not even trying to be an asshole. Yes. Good, Neuro. I'm glad you're still here. Thank you. Remedy, I will add you to my list, my growing list. That might be the last one I can do today, though, because that'll already be like 4 readings. And depending how long they take, we'll see. Sometimes they take a long time and sometimes they don't. But yes, I have you on the list. Let me just clear. You are telling me that you have a Cancer Venus on the cusp of Leo? That's harsh as fuck. You just got that little extra fire in there to get you going. That's just what you need. Oh, pal, I will add you to the list, and if we have time today, I will do it for sure. Otherwise, I am streaming. I started at 3 o'clock. I'm starting at 3 o'clock every day, and that was an hour and 45 minutes ago. Whatever your time zone is, take a look at your clock. And yes, if I'm not able to do it today, come back some other time. And yes, you don't date. That's nice of you. I'm a terrible person. I think I know what you mean, though. There's no like superficial anything, right? With that Venus, like that's like you're all in and you're all on fire, or you hate them and you're burning their house down, right? Good thumbs, you're after Neuro. And I have Neuro, Good Thumbs, Scarlet, Remedy, and Pal. Not necessarily roasting Ashley so much as speaking some truths. It's not. I mean, if you can learn to control it, you can be a really amazing partner. Like, seriously. But it's learning to control it. Like, how old are you, Ashley? Because I mean, that's the kind of thing. Like, and don't take this the wrong way. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but like honestly, like you're gonna need like it's gonna take you probably until like your 30s to find someone like to balance yourself enough and to find someone that's gonna be able to handle that intensity, right? Like I'm not saying it to be an asshole. Oh yeah, you don't get along with Aquarius men that well. That makes sense. 26. Yeah. I see, and like that's a hard balance. That's going to be a hard balance for you. Okay, so I'm doing this wonderful reading now for the lovely and talented Neuro, who would like to know if she will be a mother someday. And so, my readings often don't give like a straight up like yes, no guarantee, because that's not very realistic. There's so many things that can come into factor. My readings will usually tell you like what is in your best interest and what is on your best path and what is likely. So just to be aware. Hi, lady. It's nice to see you. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for stopping by. I'm just starting a reading now for Neuro. And I'm curious, Neuro, are you actually a neurologist or a neurological scientist of some kind? Because your username is really specific. I did not mean to scatter that. Interesting. Sorry, I'm pretty sure there's like one more card. And I just want to find it. It's not a very clear answer, though. Neurophysiologist. That's amazing. That's super fascinating. I'm a massage therapist by trade, and one of the techniques I use is called rapid neurofascial reset. If you haven't heard of it, you should look it up because you would find it fascinating. But it's all about using the connecting like in a physical way with the fascia and the neurological tissue in the fascia in order to create neurological release in the brain to get the brain to release physical locks that it's been holding in that neurological tissue. It is super fascinating. And if you would like to discuss that at some point, or if you would like me to link you the website to Rapid, I will do that because it's so cool. I have taken three of the there were only three levels available when I took it, and I took all three levels, and I'm in love with it. It's the most incredible pain and healing. Like it gives such fast results to my clients to relieve pain, and yes. I'm checking to make sure I have them upright and that I have the right cards and that this is part of the reading. And I think it's interesting that there are so many cards because there's a card that I kind of have it in my head that there's going to be a specific ending to this. But this is a very big reading for like what is on the surface a very simple question. What? So when I use my pendulum, I'm using them very specifically. When I do card readings, I'm specifically using the pendulum to confirm that I have the correct card or that I have it in the correct place. That's so interesting. Okay, so this is a very long-winded reading, Neuro. I apologize. I'm going to try to give you the quick version of the reading. There is so much happening here, though. There's like some really major themes at play. And so I just want to touch on that really quickly. So there are these, this reading is very interesting because it is almost all face cards or major arcana. So yes, I have a strong channel. I used to have a weaker channel. I'm sorry. I'm going to ignore chat for a minute so I can do this reading for Neuro, and then I'll catch up at the end and we'll discuss all the things you guys want to discuss. Because I love talking about this stuff. I need to do this reading or she's never going to get to hear. And I'm excited. I'm excited about this. And so, okay. I'm excited that this is obviously such a giant thing in your life, and I'm so grateful and honored that you would ask me about this. This is obviously a huge thing for you, and this is a huge topic for you. This is something that is really playing on your heart and really, really a part of your life path, and you know that, and that's why you're stressing out about it. And so that is reflected in the deck by the fact that all of these important cards came out. So we have some major arcana. We have half of the cards here are major arcana. The other two cards are like face cards, as you would call them in regular cards. The Ace of Swords as well as the Queen of Swords. So you know, aces are special, queens are special in regular card decks. And so that's what. And so there's some really big things at play here. I kind of want to rearrange this, but I will do that at the end. So the minor themes that are happening here are the things that these are the thoughts and feelings that we're having around the bigger things that are happening. So these other three cards here are really the minor arcana, the only ones that show up, the 3 out of 10. That's really a small number. I guess it's really 5 out of 10, but again, these ones are kind of like on the edge, so like half each, right? So it just changes the percentage. Slow down? Okay. I will slow down. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, also, if it helps, I have a closed captioning option on the stream. If you hover over the picture, the video, you should be able to turn it on and then you can read what I'm saying. I don't know if that helps. I'm hoping it helps. Anyway, so now I'm going to start the full reading, and I'll try to be slower. So the Hanged Man is the first card. The Hanged Man talks about a necessary shift in perspective. When we feel like we're being held somewhere against our will, usually it's because we're not seeing what we need to see. And so the Hanged Man comes up in a reading when our perspective is shifting, or when we need to shift our perspective. We need to see things a new way, and we need to open our minds to new possibilities and new ways of doing things. The Star is actually this card is the Aquarius card. Good thumbs, you want to know that. And the Star is all about following our path. And so this is coming up in this reading to talk about how this is important. This is a very important question, and they understand why you're asking. You're concerned about being on the right path and doing the right thing in this time is very is very important, and and it's a big part of what's going to be happening on your path. The Star is always about it's about finding our star, about following our path, about keeping our focus on where we know we're going, about trusting our own intuition. The Star is shown with all this water to represent all this emotion. It's very emotional. Our heart is where we find that inner knowing that we need to find that path. Our emotions and our feelings are where we are getting our motive and our passion to continue moving forward. But we also need to recognize that Aquarius is actually an air sign, and this card actually has air qualities. And so there's this intellectual and spiritual thing that's happening alongside of these emotions, and that are feeding into each other. There's this flow back and forth between the water and the air. So then we get into the Six of Cups. The Six of Cups comes up generally to discuss like a happy childhood. And so this is about this comes up often to talk about when we're wishing, we're looking back fondly to our own childhood. We're thinking of the promises we made ourselves, and we're wondering where that's going to take us. If we wanted to have children, or if we wanted to pursue a career, we're looking back at the promises we made ourselves, and we're deciding if those goals still align for us. And if that still makes us happy. There is this danger here of getting caught in the past and of looking at old things to make us happy, instead of being willing to move forward into new things, to hold ourselves to old expectations that are no longer valuable or serving us. There is a bit of a warning in this card, but it's important to realize that this looking back can be healthy and wonderful as long as you're using it to move forward. The Two of Wands is the next one here, and this again shows this conflict that's happening. The Two of Wands comes up when we're at a crossroads on our path. We are being given the opportunity to go one of two different ways, or we are wondering where we should put our focus in order to move forward the best. And so that's what's happening right now. That's the confusion and the conundrum for you. You're having this challenge and you're feeling kind of trapped. So the Eight of Swords is coming up. I always like to point out that none of the swords are touching her. She looks very heavily tied up, but we don't see her hands. And some people suggest that maybe her hands aren't even bound. Especially in this depiction, she has a lot of things tied around her, but we don't see that anything is actually restraining her. She could theoretically just get up and walk away. Nothing is actually preventing her from doing that. She's not anchored or stopped in any way. None of the swords are actually hurting her or touching her. And so the swords talk about intellect. And so these are all about ideas that we've used to trap ourselves. This is all about things that we have learned in our lifetime that we're carrying that we don't need to keep carrying, or that we are using to keep ourselves stuck, to keep ourselves in one place, and we need to let go of that. in context of asking whether you want to be a mother, maybe that has something to do with relationship status or the way people view motherhood. And you need to learn that um, that those ideas or those swords that are being imposed on you are being imposed on you. They are something that you have learned and not something that is yours and that you have to own or that you have to be part of. And so you can walk away from those swords if you want to. They're not your own, or you can choose to take them with you. That's your choice. The next card here shows the Lovers. Now, I think that this is very interesting. As I was just talking about, maybe some of the differences are the way that a child happens or a way that a child comes into your life. Maybe you need to examine some of your limiting thoughts about that. But the Lovers here really suggests in this reading that that especially with I'm sorry, but like all the Cupid arrows pointing in their direction is that, there really is the opportunity here for true love and for real love, and and that's important on this path as well. So it's about making sure that you don't accept anything less than that. Whatever the limits in your beliefs are, don't let them um, don't let them fool you into choosing the wrong thing for convenience or because you think it will get you there faster. Make sure that you are really walking your true path and that the things that are coming to you are the things that you have dreamed about and not things that you are projecting your dreams onto. So the Ace of Swords is a good omen. This is about new ideas coming into your life, about new blessings, and of just to be aware that that is a double-edged thing, that new ideas often mean that we need to cut away old ideas to make room for that, and it can be a scary time, but ultimately this is going to be for your best interest. The Queen of Swords is the next card, and it's interesting that these two came together. The Queen of Swords is all about a woman that knows how to make those hard choices. The Queen of Swords is a woman who knows how to take care of herself and to care of her family, to set clear boundaries, and who will easily and happily cut anyone that gets in her way. And so it's all about owning that part of yourself right now, not compromising yourself and not compromising your boundaries, and knowing that you're going to be where you need to be. And so the Fool is the next card here. The Fool is all about starting on a new path. And so maybe you are very well aware of this and maybe you're not, but the Zero is really about the movement into this new place, the transition before the new beginning. And so the Fool encourages us to take only what we need into this space, to make sure that we are only bringing forward what's going to serve us and what's going to be useful for us, and that we need to make sure that we are ready for this journey. And this is our opportunity right now. We're in this place of preparation so that this journey will go the way that we want it to go. The other great thing about the Fool card is it's very much this feeling of exuberance and excitement. There is this new thing that's about to happen. And it, you know that it's coming, you can feel that it's coming, but you can't know what it's going to hold. And so it's normal to have nervousness or trepidation or fear, but also be aware that there is room for joy and excitement as we get ready here. And now the last card of this reading is the Death card. Now this is very interesting because all of this that we're talking about is all surrounding the issue that Neuro asked, which is, will she be a mother? And the Death card is most often brought up to show that a birth will happen. The Death card actually is about new beginnings. The Death card is about being okay with releasing old things in your life in order to allow new things in your life. So as much as the average person would probably look at this and be like, oh, as you said, Neuro, oh, I won't be a mother. No, the opposite. I think that you will be. I think that this is on your path. And I think that what you need to do is you need to trust yourself and trust your inner knowing and keep moving forward the way you've been moving forward, because this is supposed to be part of your path and you don't need to chase it and you don't need to run after it. It's trying to come to you. And so be aware that not all blessings look like blessings, but be aware that you are moving in the right direction, that you are taking yourself in the right place, and that this is planned and intended for you. This is part of what you're here for in this lifetime. And if you stay on your path that it looks like you're already on and that you're already doing great, then I do see a child in your future. It might be further in your future than you think right now. But a lot is changing, and it might be a lot closer than you think too. And so just be aware. Just be aware that you are already doing the right things and that you are already on the right path, and that this is something that the universe wants to bring you. So I'm like almost gonna cry. I'm like, this is such an interesting reading. And so I'm gonna just like distill all this like I do, and show you just the major arcana. And so this is all about staying on that path and trusting in these new beginnings. And so the Hanged Man, again, needing that new perspective, needing to shift your mind to realizing that this is something that is on your path. It's not something that you need to shift. It's not something that you need to chase. The Star is there to remind you that you are on the right path. The Lovers is here to talk to you about, there are some big decisions coming, but you need to know that this is on the path. This is planned for you, and this new beginning, you need to be getting ready for it with excitement. Whether you can see it from where you are or not, you're setting out. This big shift is bringing new things for all of us, and you are no different. And the Death card, I know it's a strange thing, but it's the most likely to foretell a birth card in the whole tarot. So super excited that is the one that we pulled for our final answer for you today. So I just love this reading. Might actually cry. Oh, I know why I'm crying, because I'm channeling you. And everyone gets so emotional. So I'm just going to just shuffle these in and just break. I'm just going to break that channel. Or not break, end this channeling. Reading is always so rewarding, but also a challenge, because you really do connect the other person and feel them very intimately in some ways. And so I'm very grateful that you asked. Thank you for getting a reading. And so it does, you are often energetically affected, and you can feel the energy on your body and on yourself as you're reading. So, well, lady, you just need to add yourself to the list. I think I'm going to need to get a bot with a command, because this would be 2 days in a row where it's like quite a lot of readings, which I don't mind at all. I can add you to the list for today, but I already have 5. Oh, I don't I don't get a say, good thumbs. I just shuffle what happens. So, lady, I will add you to the end of my list, and hopefully I will have time. Good thumbs, I will do your reading right away. Ooh, and I will ask the deck to be succinct. I don't think that we'll be using such a dramatic deck for you. I get the impression that we're doing something different. So, and then lady, I'm gonna need a new sticky paper. Well, and this is where I'm at, right? Is like, if the tarot wants to say something, the tarot is gonna say something, and who the hell am I to tell it to shut up? I definitely when I do private tarot readings, like I buy video on Fiverr, and I do like live private readings, like just by video chat, Skype, whatever. And when I do those things, I try to let people pick like what time frame they think will be appropriate or what price range they think will be appropriate for them. But I also am the queen of going over my time, because the tarot's got to say what the tarot's got to say. The universe has things that it needs to talk about, and I am not stupid enough to get in the way. That would be super funny if the tarot's like, yo, bitch, just chill. I don't know how long I'll be streaming. I have already been streaming for 2 hours. I kind of just stream till I get sick of it. Once I've done my initial like reading for the day for everyone, like for the collective, then I usually just like do other readings. So I don't know, probably at least another couple hours. I'm just not sure how long all the other readings will take is my thing, and we'll see if I get to everyone today. I think we do need to talk about a bot for my channel. Where's Gamebug when you need him? You know, that's what I'm saying. I'll have to track him down later and ask him how to pull that kind of those things off. I do have a bot. I do have one set up. But I mean, not set up, installed. Installed is a better word. But I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know where we're at with that right now. Okay, so I keep getting pulled toward this deck, and let me see if I'm right. Is this the right deck? This is the right deck. Okay, so I don't know how you feel about tattoos. Good thumbs, but the tattoo tarot is the one that's coming up. So we're going to use the tattoo tarot. Ooh. Alrighty then. Getting right to work. That's upside down. So one of my viewers yesterday, who is like a friend / streamer / viewer from when I used to stream, was suggesting to me that I should do like fortune telling Fridays, and I should like dress up like a fortune teller and like just give her. I want all the tattoos. One day I'm just going to be completely covered. It'll be great. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, you wanted short and sweet, and the universe delivered. 4 cards, good thumbs. 4 cards. That's it for now. We'll see if she got more to say after. Oh my gosh, right? I'm like obviously working on it. I have this whole arm happening. Super loving it. It's gonna, so all of this stuff that's happening with my tattoos, this is all gonna be fully colored. All of this is actually like you can't see it very well, there's like this symbol here, and this is all gonna be flames all the way up to here, all multicolored flames. And so like this is gonna be like orange and pink flames coming up, and this is gonna be like blue and green flames coming up, and it's all just gonna like culminate in ink. All the ink. I'm excited. And then I'm just going to let it like crawl up my head, I think. I'm just going to completely cover my head, because why the hell would you not have hair if you're not going to cover your head in ink? Okay, moving on. Sorry about that. So good thumbs. Thumbs. King of Cups. First one here. Interesting. King of Cups is often about man that has emotional intelligence and is a good romantic partner, not only as far as being sensitive, but as far as being receptive and open and supportive. So this is interesting. So often the face cards talk about a specific person, but then often they talk about, I mean, like in the tarot books, they often are like, oh, a man that's such and such. But then more often than not, in the actual readings, what they mean is they're talking about an influence, and there's this talk about this emotional maturity, but it's also this kind of culmination. And so the next card here is like a bereavement card. So I'm kind of um, wondering if maybe you've lost somebody really important lately. So this is the Five of Cups, and now this card is often shown to discuss grief and grieving. Um, you can see her grieving over the cups that have spilt, over I know it looks like blood, like the bloodshed, the blood lost, the love lost, but she's not seeing um, the roses growing out of the cups behind her. And so um, often when we're grieving, not only has she locked herself in, she's blocked herself off from the path that she's supposed to be on to take her up to her tower, take her up to her castle, take her to her house in the clouds and her true purpose. Not only has she locked herself in and stopped progressing, she's lost her focus. She's focusing on this grief and on this hurt and on this pain. She's making this kind of artificial light for herself with this candle instead of focusing on this beautiful glowing love light that's happening behind her. And so this is a reminder that no matter how bad things ever are, there are sources of support, often friends and family, sometimes strangers on the internet, sometimes teddy bears that we've been carrying around since infancy, but those are there for you. The Two of Swords often talks about us feeling at odds with an issue. This comes up in our readings when we are maybe not seeing both sides of an important issue. We're not seeing the pain that we're causing others by refusing to open our eyes and pick a side, so to speak. We're not seeing the wounds we're causing by walking around with two swords blindfolded. I mean, who knows who we've been hurting while we've been trying not to deal with something. And so this usually comes up when we're stuck on an issue. Intellectually, it's something that often that we've been obsessing about, so to speak, or thinking an awful lot about. And it's a feeling of being stuck, but it's also a concern of almost like a willingness, an unwillingness to open your eyes and see what's really happening. And then the moon is the final card here. Now, this is our only major arcana. This is very interesting that this would be the only one. And the moon is really guiding away from this. The moon is about our deepest, darkest parts of ourselves, about owning that. About the crab is shown here because the moon is associated with Cancer, and the Cancer in the zodiac is the deepest emotional sign, so to speak. They're the ones that are all about the depth of the ocean, the depth of emotion. People often feel like they're drowning when the moon is in Cancer. They feel like they just can't get away from all of the emotions and that it's too much for them. And that is a valid and understandable reason to keep your blindfold on and to keep your swords close to you. But you need to also understand that you can't swim when you're holding onto swords. People can't come and rescue you when you're holding onto swords. You can't see which way is up when you're blindfolded. And so this is about being in that dark place for ourselves and owning the power that comes there. Trusting the tides to take us where we need to be. If you stop struggling, if you stop shoving people away from you or cutting anyone that gets close, if you take the blindfold off, you will see very clearly what your path is, and you will know that very clearly in the deepest part of yourself. Most people that pull the moon card already know what it is they're avoiding, already know the truth that they're not telling, already know the thing that's keeping them in the depth of that pain. And the moon card comes up. If it follows you around, you should know that the moon card comes up when it's time to own that. It's time to own the deepest, darkest parts of ourselves and find the strength that's there. So if you have been struggling lately, stop struggling and be still and realize that that the strength you're looking for isn't in the struggle. The strength you're looking for is in the acceptance. And until you can accept the thing that you're not accepting and start owning and loving, and or maybe not loving, but owning and accepting and acknowledging and pursuing what you know you're supposed to be doing in your heart, in your soul, in your most deepest tender place, then that's what you will keep getting, is that these cards are not for you, apparently. I'm like, what are we doing? Oh, okay, I see, not all the cards. The Queen of Swords is the next one to come up, and this is the kind of final one for today. And this is a reminder. The Queen of Swords often comes up to show, I think we discussed her already today, a woman who very much, in some ways, stands in her own power, who is not afraid to wield her sword to protect herself and her family. But, there's more than one reason that this queen can be alone or be single. And if you're always wielding that sword and you're wielding it too much, too vigorously, then you're keeping yourself in that place, right? The King of Cups has come out again. This time reversed. And I believe this is about letting go. Letting go of that ideal, or of that idea. I know you put a lot of time into it. I know you put a lot into this person or into this relationship, but unfortunately it's not something you can have back, and you need to release the emotions and accept your true emotions instead of continuously trying to drink from an old cup. There you go. That's all the cards today for Good Thumbs. And I hope you found that useful, helpful. Yes, no problem. Have a good one. And thanks for sticking around. I think that I am going to clear my connection, and then I'm going to take a quick break for a snack and some water and bio and all that stuff. And you're very, very welcome, Neuro. I'm so glad that you enjoyed your reading. And Good Thumbs also. I'm so grateful that you guys show up and get readings at all, or listen to me prattle on, as I have a tendency to do. I'm just, thank you. Hey, Tatiana, how's it going? I am just finishing up here. I have several people on the list for readings already today. And so I can put you on my list, but I might not get to you today. Just so that you know, yeah, we do need that bot like hard. I did not anticipate this number of readings being requested. Oh my goodness. I can put you on the list to have a reading, but I can't guarantee I'll get to you today. I will be streaming again tomorrow. I started 2.5 hours ago. So I start every day at 3 my time. So 2.5 hours ago, wherever you are. And if you are around, if I don't get to you today, I will leave you on my list. And then you can have a reading tomorrow. I definitely need that bot. Hey, Scarlett. Oh my goodness. Excuse me. Oh, yawning. Okay, clearly need a little bit of a break here. So I'm just going to take a quick little break. As I said, I've been streaming for about 2.5 hours. I just need a few minutes to grab a snack and whatever else squirrels do. And so I'm just going to switch to the BRB screen, which is just silly pictures that I thought were fun. I will not be very long. Please, if you're requesting a reading, please stick around. Scarlett, you're next, baby girl. You're next on my list. Then I have Remedy, Pal Pal, Lady, and Tatiana. Like I said, I don't know if I will get to everyone today, but I will absolutely do my best. Again, I don't limit the deck in what it says, so you get what you get, and it's as long as it takes. So I will be right back, and thank you guys for hanging with me. I don't know how to play music for you while I'm BRBing, so you're just going to have to amuse yourself. I'll be right back. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Didn't realize how hungry I was. I don't know. Seems like we have quite a few Canadians here, which is awesome. I don't know who here has access to wild meat. Like moose and deer and things like that. Muskox, caribou. I don't know, but I have had all of those and they're so good. And I don't understand how people can go their whole lives and not, participate in this type of awesomeness. A friend, I don't hunt myself, but I don't have anything against it as long as it's being done responsibly and for the right reasons. But a friend had sent me a moose roast, and oh my gods, just amazing. And I just put it in the slow cooker for like 12 hours because I'm psycho like that, and I like it like really tender, and it's just so yummy with lots of yams. Oh really? Caribou pelt, hey? Where do you normally source that kind of thing? I actually lived in the Arctic for like 7 years, and that is something that we'd run into up there. Totally. Oh my goodness. I love wild meat. Like wild meat in general. It always tastes better than homegrown. And the other thing that I'm learning the last few years, now this is I love all of the different experiences you get to have in life, and the more you go, the more you learn, and the more you realize what you didn't know before. And so, like, for example, my partner owns a farm, and so a lot of the meat that we get now is from friends of his that are farmers. And I did not realize that cows taste different. I didn't realize that different kinds of cows taste different. And there's like my friend had butchered a cow, and it was like a Jersey something cross, I think. Maybe I'm lying. Like not a cow, a bull. I apologize. Like for meat, and it was just so good and so much different than grocery store meat. Like it wasn't the same breed and it wasn't the same whatever. And of course, that cow had been wandering the 100 and so acres of my friend's farm as much as he wanted, and was healthy and lived outside and ate all the grass his little cow tummy could handle. And so you could just taste the difference in the meat. And I was always an advocate for animals being treated very well. But now, like, that I understand, like, fully the difference between, like, the taste in an animal that's treated really well and an animal that's not. What the fuck is wrong with us? Like, and I understand some of that has to do with the breed, and some of it has to do with other factors. Probably even the way I cook it. But also, oh my god. Ooh, yak. I bet that is delectable. Like, very tender, hey? And then my partner actually is a sheep farmer, which is intense. In so many great ways. And also, like, hello, lamb tastes yummy. And yeah, I have a leg of lamb in my freezer and I'm going to cook it because he just brought it to me. And and he is the worst because he will go grocery shopping and he will buy like beef and bacon and all this. And then I'm looking in the freezer for something and I'm like, dude, you have like 20 pounds of ground beef in here. You have like sirloin steaks. You have moose roast and leg of lamb, and you're buying like chicken wings and not McDonald's, but like microwave meals from the grocery store. Like, what's wrong with you? Oh my God, your neighbor's right. Okay, so here's the thing about sheep. Is that sheep, my partner likes to say, wake up every morning planning to be dead by bedtime. Like, sheep go out of their way to find ways to die every time. And then, if they're actually sick, they won't let you know that they're actually sick until it's too late to save them. Because you wouldn't want to, like, yeah. Sheep, oh my goodness. Don't even get me started on sheep. You don't want to go here with me. I don't want to be this bitch. But I've spent like the last 2 summers chasing sheep. 24/7, 365. Okay, but only in the summer. Because who goes anywhere in the winter in Saskatchewan? No one, not even the fucking sheep. And so anyway, so you go out there, and so I'm like, dudes, me, like, and this is when I had the mohawk, like, dude, it is just like humans. And this is the problem with sheep, is that anyone that hates sheep really hates humans. Like, anyone that has beef with sheep really has beef with, like, the current human state of affairs, of current humanity. So, and I really love these sheep. Like, I am attached to them. My partner is not a good farmer in that he spends way too much time and money on caring for them from a humanitarian perspective, which I love about him, but from a financial, like, farming perspective is not the best move, right? And so he has two guys, two, more than one, 3-legged sheep. That's right. He actually paid to have a sheep's leg amputated so that it could have a long, happy life. Twice. If you're scared of sheep, then you're scared of humans. And I don't blame you. So we have 2 3-legged sheep. One, her name was Pinky, but she's been renamed to Peggy because obviously. And the other one's name is Larry. And it was Larry and Barry, and they were twins, and they both almost froze to death when they were born. And Larry, the entire surface of his body froze. He lost his ears, he lost his tail, and he froze one entire leg that was splayed away from his body. And eventually we had to have it amputated to save him. He was actually going gangrenous, which is a very interesting experience to see actually gangrenous tissue in this day and age, because it's not something we run into very often anymore. And so Larry had his leg amputated relatively early in his life, and Peggy, had her leg amputated after she was already about a year old. And so now they're buddies, but it's so funny, guys, and I'm sorry because I'm an asshole, but it's so funny because they're missing the same leg. And so they match and everything. Like, it's perfect, but they're both intact. And so he's like, she comes home, like, from the vet, like, from being, her having her leg amputated. And the first thing he does is try to mount her. Because he's like, oh, this is finally, like, a chick made for me. Like, look, she's perfect for me. I've got to get on with this girl. And they both fall over because they're not propping each other. The opposite, they both they're both rowing on the same side. It's just really funny. And I'm so sorry, I'm a heartless bitch for laughing. But also, like, oh yeah, it's really entertaining. Hi, Oracle Druid. Welcome. I'm doing great. Everyone seems to be doing okay in here. Austria is a very long way away from here. It is 6:04 p.m. where I am. And I want to tell you that I'm in the Central Standard Time Zone, but I don't know if I am right now because my province doesn't recognize daylight savings time as a valid thing, and so we switch back and forth. So for half the year, for you guys, my stream will be an hour later or earlier than the other half of the year. Lucky you guys. But it won't change for me. It'll just be 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock every day. It's going to be great. Hello from Canada, Oracle Druid. We have so many Canadians here today. So many Canadians. It's fabulous. So yeah, so we were talking about sheep and how they like to escape and how I like to chase them. I mean, it's kind of enjoyable. Oh my goodness, you guys. I was chasing sheep last year and I hung my quad. So my partner owns this little Honda, and little Honda 4-wheel drive little dirt buggy thing, and I totally like ran it into a barbed wire fence and like stretched the fence and like tangled it in there, and it was like and like stuck, and didn't die, you guys. I scratched my ankle. I still have the scar. I like had a scratch on my ankle. I like hung myself without a helmet or anything in a barbed wire fence on a 4x4, like a quad, and didn't die. I like climbed off of it and was like, huh. And then I was on the wrong side of the fence to go to the house, and it had stretched the fence so far that I could climb through it to get to the house. Oh my gosh. Good times. My partner, I walk up to the house, and I was like, can you I knocked on the back window, because I was like, can you let me into this door here? Like, come and see me for a second. He's like, are you okay? He's like, you're even whiter than usual. And I'm like, I hung the quad in the fence, like I crashed the quad. And he's like, oh, okay, like, what were you doing? And I explained it how I did it, and he's like, oh, okay. So then he goes out later in the day. He had to cut the wire to get the quad out. He had to cut the fence, like 2 lines of because we have like a 5-string barbed wire fence. He had to cut 2 of the strings. Excuse me, to get the quad out. And he is just like, and he walked out there, and he's like, I thought she said she crashed it on the other side of the fence. And he's like, and as I got closer, I realized that she crashed it on the fence. I should make him come, guys, once a week on stream and tell you his version of my stories, because his side is so funny sometimes. You should hear him talk about me getting my lip pierced. Oh my goodness. We could just have like David Day. We could just like, I don't know, like every Tuesday at 3, we'll do tarot reading, and like David can like give us his prerogative, because he's freaking funny. I keep encouraging him to make like a YouTube account or something like that. And I keep asking him to do that, because he's just so funny. He's so engaging and charming, and and his version of my escapades is super funny. So sorry. Okay, sorry. Catching up, chat. I got off there. Oh, Oracle Druid. Can I just call you Druid? Is that okay with you? I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. This is a very comfortable style for me. I have fought my whole life to be allowed to look and be what I want to be, and this is what I look and be like. And I'm glad that you like it, and I love the way I look also. It's taken me a long time to just like own that shit, so I super appreciate the compliment. I've been shaving my head on and off since I was 12, and finally I'm just like, you know what? Let's just show off that tattoo, shall we? And since we're talking about that tattoo, we can just show off that tattoo. I can't wait till there's more to show off. That's all I gotta say about that. But, I mean, that's a long time from now, because I was getting tattooed fairly voraciously since July, as you can see. My beautiful sleeve and artwork. But I have to stop because finances, because I lost my business because of the coronavirus, which is actually super awesome, because what I was supposed to be doing and what I wanted to be doing, and I'm sorry, I got sidetracked by your comments. So I mean, I'm disappointed that I lost my business, but also part of me feels like I've been set free to do this, which is what I really want to do, is connect with people and teach people about spiritual things and about tarot and about themselves, and give people this power to heal themselves and to move forward. And I really feel like, I know this sounds maybe hokey, but being on the internet is the best way that I can do that right now, especially because I can connect with people via distance. It's so great to be able to show like what is capable and what's possible in this like other part, in this other realm, right? And so also, just for the record, unless you are of like Eastern African descent or something like that, I don't think you probably do look like Jesus. If you a brown boy, we're going to go with probably. But if you a white boy, sorry. But I know what you're saying. I think that everyone should look however they want to look. I actually am so grateful to look the way I want to look. And I think that everyone should just get to be what they want to be. I have just recently realized that I'm like non-binary, that like NB, as people call, and it's been so liberating for me to accept this about myself and to realize it's about myself, and it makes so many things in my life make more sense. And it's just been so liberating to find some really powerful people on Instagram, and to see what they've been through, and to see like where I need to be putting my focus in that part of my life. This is maybe like an area of my life that I've neglected, which seems odd. And so it's just so interesting to see the change that can happen in people just because of the internet. And that's kind of what I'm feeling like I'm wanting to offer people is a different way and a different path forward. And so I also, please, if you have an Instagram or a link or something, please, I want to see your medieval art. Please, 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 please. Also, yes, the pandemic is so important on so many levels. All of my readings leading up to the pandemic were talking about we need to leave capitalism behind. We need to stop thinking of finances as our only resource and our only focus, our only personality defining thing. So many of us define ourselves by our jobs. And I was saying in December, I was saying like this is time for soul searching. Where do you need support? Where are you getting support? I talk about how like the Maslow hierarchy of needs. This is scientific shit. This is not stuff that's like I'm just a tarot reader talking about this. The Maslow hierarchy of needs, we always assume in first world countries that those needs are being met, that we are meeting our basic needs. But we don't realize that being accepted is a basic human need that we are denying from like millions of people. Millions of people! Like we just deny their existence on like the daily, publicly, and then we're like, oh, I don't understand why suicide and self-harm rates are so high in those communities. Fuck you. Like everyone just needs to be able to be themselves. And it's bullshit that is like a basic fucking human need that is being like taken away from us by the same people that use science to justify doing it. So it's just super pisses me off, as you can tell. Soapbox. Sorry. And so this is a shift that we've been needing to make for a long time. We need to stop seeing our resources as money. We need to start seeing our only way forward as finances. We need to stop seeing that our way out is by getting rich. That's all bullshit. We're rich already. Like, stop thinking of money as your resource. I said to people, start looking to your community. Start looking to the people that you've amassed. Like, the really ones that are close to you. Look what you can offer to each other. Do you guys need daycare? Trade. Someone doesn't like doing laundry? Trade. Do the things that bring you joy. And that will contribute to the whole. When we are each walking in our true light and our true path, that's what's going to take us there. That's what's going to take us to this next level. And we needed something like this. I'm sorry, I'm going to be that bitch that says it, but we needed something like this to get us on the same page. We've been given lots of smaller things. We've been given warning signs. We've been given opportunities to change our evil ways, and we have not. We have continued on this bullshit path of consumerism and capitalism, and the whole feminism patriarchy thing is a great big power struggle that is just playing them out for political correctness, and it's all power and crap. And what's really happening now and what we're seeing now is this awakening of this divine feminine, and people need to realize that you cannot awaken the divine feminine without allowing the awakening and encouraging the awakening of the divine masculine, because we are moving back to balance. We are moving away from this crazy power on either side paradigm, and we're moving into a place where we're all loving and supporting each other. And if you guys were not ready for it, the pandemic's making you ready for it, right? Oh my goodness, yes, that's Aquarius, rebel without a cause, man. Fuck the world, we're doing it wrong. Make sure everyone is cared for and equal. And the fact that we are not having our basic fucking human needs met in a first world country is abysmal. The fact that we are considered a first world country, that we have all our needs met, when we are shirking responsibilities to our spirituality and our families in ways that third world countries do not. That's saying something. Like, it's pretty bad. We've lost our path pretty badly, and we needed something like this to shake us up. So this is actually happening, and I was talking about this before too. This is happening as the 12-year lunar cycle changes, and Saturn has moved into now Aquarius. We're getting a taste of this in March. We're getting these few months happening right now where we're getting this taste of what it's going to be like. This is what it's going to be like. It's going to be about the collective. It's going to be about owning our power and our skill to be our full selves, to serve the collective. We need to understand that our power is in ourselves and in being ourselves. And the only way to move forward together, and the only way to move forward as a society, is to recognize that each of us is special because each of us is special. Like, what we need to do for the world is what we were born to do, and that means being who we are. And so it's really empowering to see all these people, trans people, non-binary people, normal people, everyone is starting to wake up and realize that, like, this is not fucking working. And thank God that there are so many people, like myself, I guess, that are just like screaming from the rooftops, guys, wake up. This is the way. Come this way. there are opportunities for enlightenment here. There are opportunities for learning and growth. There are opportunities for healing, but we need to get our shit together. So I don't look that far in the future. I mean, I can look into the future, but there's no point. And then the upheaval, I mean, really, we're talking right now, we just started a new 12-year cycle. It does make sense that it would be broken down, and it does make sense that there'll be cycles within that cycle. But it also, like, this is a bigger picture thing, right? And so, and it really depends on how we respond right now. Like, what we do now chronicles the future. I mean, astrology is astrology, and it's going to play out the way it needs to play out. But our response to that, and whether we fight that or accept that or own that, whether we go back to those ways, whether we start to own those cycles again, it's a like, that's what we need to think about, right? You've had a hard time with things like harassing and stuff. Yeah. I'm so sorry for that, Druid, and I just want you to know that anyone that says anything like remotely incorrect in this room will be disciplined very severely. This is a completely and utterly safe space for everybody, regardless of everything. This is a space for everyone. And so when you need a space, come here. I'm going to be here almost every day. Come and hang. Because this is what's happening. I'm done with this bullshit. This was a great, giant, amazing, wonderful push for me to get off my ass and start screaming from the rooftops the way I've been meant to. You can see I've been preparing myself. I have all of my decks. I have all of my stuff. The universe has been preparing me, and my business is gone. So this is my business. This is where I will feed myself and the universe. And I am doing what I am preaching. I am using my skills for the betterment of the whole. And here I am putting it out there. So if you guys, if you like what you see, then don't be afraid to be that for yourself. Yeah, and this is totally a safe place. All my mods are amazing. I personally identify as non-binary. Anyone saying anything about really anyone in a negative way is going to be disciplined. This is what we're here for. So I think it's really important to have these safe spaces right now, where so many of us are stuck at home with people that are not honoring them and not honoring who they are, not allowing them to be who they are due to their own paradigms and their own judgments that they're unwilling to move or shift on. And so I need there to be these safe spaces. I need there to be these places for you guys to come, for everyone to come, where they can be safe and have respite so that they can heal a little bit, right? And sorry, I've ignored a bunch of people. Blainers, thank you so much for following. Thank you. Hi, Mac. Welcome to the channel. Blainers, welcome to the channel. I appreciate that you think that's cool of me. This is just like this is my life purpose. This is what I'm here for. I'm a healer and I need to heal people. And even the readings that I do on stream, I never, I just want people to have their best knowledge. I want people to be able to move forward with their best understanding and their best interests in mind, you know? And as an Aquarius, I'm very aloof, which means that I don't I'm really great because I'm not biased. I just want what's best for everybody, whatever that is for that one person. And so it's really powerful to be able to channel from a place like that. When I found my purpose. Thank you for following, Mac. I did see that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you. I think that I've been working toward my purpose for a long time. I think I was, this sounds crazy, but I was probably only 8 or 9 when I started realizing that there was something really important I was supposed to be doing here. And I started researching humans real good. I read all kinds of books. I read and read and read and read and read from the time I was 5 to the time I was 15. I researched humans hard because I'm not one, apparently, and I don't really belong here, but that's fine. But I wanted to know what I was here for and what I was here for learning. And I started very young, in my early teens, researching astrology and the occult. I was in a very religious, restrictive Christian relationship for 15 years, but that really gave me a lot of, I learned so many other things there and I gained so many other tools. And so that's one of the reasons, if you look in my description, it talks about I'm doing like an unbible study on, I think I have it picked for Saturdays. And that's all about, undoing all the harm that Christianity is doing to the world, right? And so this is all I guess like realizing your life path. I think like it's just something it's just constantly making sure I'm on the right path, and that every step is a realization of that purpose. And just making sure that I'm honoring myself and I'm honoring what I'm here for. And often what I'm here for is to grow so that I can help others grow. I can't show you the way if I don't know the way. And so I've been a lot of my like life until now has been doing the work and assembling the things and the skills that I need. It never occurred to me when I was in this crazy restrictive relationship and that he wanted me to stream as a gamer because he thought I was cute or whatever, that learning those skills and being on stream would give me the confidence to come out later with this message and with these skills, and to be able to say to the world like, hey, listen up, like this is what's happening. I never would have had that confidence if I hadn't been a gamer, if I hadn't been in the gaming community, if I hadn't spent 7 years in the Arctic restricted with only my husband and my daughter and the people I saw on my way to work, like every as long as you're following your heart, you're fulfilling your life's purpose. As long as you're being 100% as true to yourself in that moment, as true as yourself as you know who you are, then you're fulfilling your purpose. And I think that, and that's what we all have been called to do lately, is to get to know ourselves better, is to really explore those deep crevasses. The last, I was going to say like 3 or 4 months, there's been a lot of Cancer activity in the Astros, which is all about that depth and all about that searching and all about that self stuff. And so this is really an opportunity to put that into practice and to start being our true selves. I mean, everything else is shifting. Everything else is changing. What better time? What better time to just break down your own tower and start fresh with the world, right? So I just want to make sure people have the tools to do that. Maybe that sounds cheesy, but that's where I'm at. So, sorry, somebody had asked me before what tarot deck I was reading. No. I appreciate you letting me know about that. I had, sorry, I'm just reading Druid's response now. I got derailed there. Derailed there. I have not been doing tarot reading for super long for various reasons, but I am very much enjoying it. I did have some people come in here and kind of harass me and things like that. I was very lucky that my moderator showed up right at that moment. And I know that, and I'm sorry that you've been hurt. I'm ready for the world to be shitty to me, because I started shaving my head when I was 12, and the world's been shitty to me for a long time. So I'm not upset about that anymore. I think I've let all that go. I don't. Yeah, and I know that I will have tests, right? I know that I will. And yes, you need to have a mod, definitely. I know that there's going to be tests, and I know that there's going to be hardships for me as a streamer, and as I want to use the word prophet, like as someone that's screaming a message into the world. And I just, yeah, I don't care. I'm beyond caring. I need to do this, and I need to, I need to fulfill my purpose. I need to follow my path. And so it doesn't matter what anyone says. They can all go fuck themselves. I'm not concerned. I'm sure there'll be things that hurt me, and I'll be sure that there'll be times that I want to quit, but I'm not going to, because I never have so far. So this is like a really daring thing to say, but bring it, universe. Pretty much ready for this shit. And also, I'm loving the chaos energy that's happening right now, because I am the chaos queen, and I just like feed, like I am energized by healing others. I am energized by helping others, and there's so many people needing that right now. And so I'm really like in my place when I'm in chaos, because I'm where I belong. So anyway, sorry, this deck, oh my god, you've asked me how many times. Okay, so this deck is the Tattoo Tarot deck. Ooh. It is beautiful, neo-traditional tattoo style. The whole deck, it's really beautiful. They had a couple different artists work on it. You can see the different imagery. And yes, it's all beautiful. And so I used to use this deck. I love how strong this deck is. And when I was, this was my first like private deck, the first deck I kept for myself. And the Ace of Cups came out again. It's like, excuse me, I didn't get enough attention. It's such a beautiful card anyway. I don't know if this helps. Maybe I should put it on the full face cam. I don't know what you guys want. And it's all about these like positive new emotions. The aces are always about blessings and omens, positive omens, and it's about good feelings coming out of this. I'm sorry, I got distracted reading the chat. And so this is just, you know, good things are coming. Our cup is going to be full again. We're going to find new ways to fill our cup, and we need to just focus on that, you know. Yes, when your break's much long. Way longer than you wanted. Oof. Oh, yeah, and here. And see, this is where we all are, guys. We're all sitting here at this fork in our life path. And we're sitting there and we're deciding which way to go. Are we going to go our way, or are we going to go the way everyone else wants us to go? I know which way I'm going. Oh, by the way, this is the 8 coins tattoo tarot. There's more than one tattoo tarot deck out there. This is the correct one if this is the deck that you are looking for. I have seen it on Amazon and things like that. I purchased it locally. We have a really amazing bookstore here. If anyone's in Saskatchewan ever, not now, don't come now. It's McNally's is this amazing bookstore that has this incredible energy and very non-judgmental staff and a great people like us section. And they have a very robust and eclectic tarot and oracle deck section, which is amazing. Just love them. And so it comes with this whole book. I don't like the books usually. I don't like the weirdness usually, although this one is not bad as far as of it being succinct, but some of it was just a little bit too dramatic for me is what I didn't like. As far as other stuff, it was good. But again, everyone has their own vibe and their own feeling. I don't usually use the books anymore at all anyway, so it's kind of pointless. I don't usually use the books when I get a new oracle deck either. Occasionally I go back and I'm like, wait a second, what did I miss? And then it turns out there's some really great meditation and you get to like meet your unicorns or something at the front, and like I didn't even know. I should do that with you guys someday. We should do like a guided unicorn meditation, and it's this way of like connecting with these like powerful entities that we call unicorns, right? And this is how they appear to us visually, but energetically it's this whole other energy. And so these unicorns, which I'm told by some of the spirits that this is what I am when I'm not here, is that I'm a unicorn, right? Yeah, maybe you can travel here after, like, you know, the pandemic. Whenever that is. Just be careful. Make sure you wait a long time. And so there's this really beautiful meditation in the Oracle of the Unicorns. Excuse me. And it actually like introduces you to, yeah, the stuff the news doesn't tell us, indeed. It actually introduces you to this meditation. It introduces you to your unicorn guides, right? It's pretty insane. That's interesting. That's definitely not something that's been shared in the mainstream media in North America. Yes, unicorns. Would you like me to pull some unicorn cards for you guys real quick? Let's see if we can get like some nice message, something to help us through this pandemic. Yeah, American news is BS. But I mean, look who's running that fucking circus. Ugh, the giant orange man. So gross. That, I honestly, like, I literally want to vomit. Oh, wow. Anyone that's here that lives in the States, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but this is this is the result. This is the bed that your fellow citizens made for you to lie in. To be honest, Druid, I'm really not caught up on stuff. There's been a lot of news about Italy, and there's been, I feel like, very little else, actually, to be honest. My partner follows that stuff. There's lots of, more of the stuff that I follow is more like positive things. My partner was commenting that, of course, there's outbreak, but people are doing the lockdown stuff everywhere. But no, I had no idea there was martial law in Austria. That has not been reported here. And we don't know anything about what you're talking about right now, not to be rude, but we're probably totally uninformed. Anyone else? I intentionally refrain from participating in the news. I can't. It's so much for me, and this is my way of getting the news. You guys, right? And this and the cards. Like I can't handle that much intenseness. I do try to keep up with what's happening, but I haven't seen anything about that. I'm shocked too, actually, because 21 million deaths so far? What? I feel like that is not what I've heard. It's crazy how much we're not hearing. And again, we're talking about this shift, and I hope that part of this shift is transparency. Because we're just not being told things, right? We're not being told what's really happening. We're not being informed. Undercover reporting in Britain. That's very interesting. I'm perfectly happy for this to be a place for exchanging information. If you guys have any links or anything like that you want to share, looking into phone records, hey? Yeah, US has surpassed, but they're not even testing everyone. No, I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish. English and bad French. That's all I got. I mean, I speak French fluently, I just speak French terribly. No, here in Canada, you mean? Yeah, no. My partner and I both were sick, and we have most of the symptoms of corona, which is one of the reasons we're isolating. And it's, honestly, I don't think anyone's being honest about how this is going down. I don't think anyone is being fully truthful. Any of the governments, any of the media. I don't think we're going to know the full effect of this until we're all able to talk again later. And I think it's going to be fucked. I think we've been spending so much time, and we're not realizing what the government and these dirty little bastards are doing behind our backs while we're all panicking about the pandemic. Like, for example, I believe it's in Idaho, they're actually passing anti-trans legislation to make trans athletes subject to a biological, like a DNA test, basically, to determine their true eligibility to play in sports or whatever, which is bullshit and a half. They've passed two laws since this pandemic started to allow people to medically examine somebody's genitals to decide which sports team they should play on. Fucked. And the 5G towers too, hey? And that's the other thing, the 5G towers, right? We're talking about that. That's only coming out in the media. Who's done all the testing for this? No one. We don't know, right? Yeah. Huh. That is pretty intense, Druid. I was not aware of that at all. 3 months? When did this start for you guys? Because the rest of the world was not informed about this. Because everyone else, like, I've been self-isolating, and there's no, like, martial law here or anything. We've only been on quarantine for like 3 weeks. Hasn't been mentioned. 2 months ago? Yeah, no one. Nope, no one's told us any of this. They've been talking about how it's actually very stable and how it hasn't been mutating and how great that is. Yeah, they're telling us that it's not mutating very quickly. It seems to be stable, etc., etc. And they're talking about like, we are all like being asked to stay home, but there's still lots of people that are out and about. Hi, Emma. We are just discussing the pandemic and how the news is not telling us stuff. And yeah, we're all supposed to stay home until at least the end of April. I think it needs to be way longer than that. I think there needs to be like a working vaccine. And my partner, who is a microbiologist, says that that's like, he's not a working microbiologist right now, but he says that we're looking at least July. And I think that's very conservative. And I think yeah, no, that's not what we're being communicated. Yeah, see, and end of August, middle of September. That's, my partner says that what we really need to is to not come out too soon, so to speak, and that we need to not be lulled into a false sense of security in the summer when the virus is not going to do well. It's not going to transmute as easily, which is what always happens. We always have the cold and flu season, and he says we're going to have a big resurgence in the fall if we're not careful. And that people are going to come out of their homes too soon and pass it around without realizing they're passing it around, and then it's going to be like a detonator. Yeah, I agree. I'm getting pissed off at people too, that I want people to just stay home, please. Yeah, it does. It does, lady. It makes so much more sense. But it also makes things kind of terrifying. Yeah. Well, and I mean, 2020 is a year of foundation. And so, I mean, in order to build a foundation, you need to tear down what was there first. So I guess we're tearing things down, but we need to be mindful that we're also choosing this new place to build from at the same time, right? Their reasoning is I planned this vacation a year ago. That's, yeah. This is what we need. We need this new foundation. We need this new foundation of support. We need to stop building on one pillar. We keep building on material wealth, on physical wealth, on riches, instead of building on acceptance and love and support and community. And it's lopsided. Every time our tower falls over and we go, oh, what happened? What happened? I don't understand. I know, I'll build the exact same tower, bigger and better with more money. And I am a squirrel, yes, and the cards are gorgeous. These are unicorn cards. So right, and we do need to stop building on that same old foundation. I get so sidetracked by chat, guys. And so there's some really interesting stuff happening. That we're obviously not being given the full information about. Does anybody mind if I post pictures of our chat, like, on social media and stuff? Oh, see, people shouldn't even be going to work if they don't need to today, you know? And I just, distressing. So, so I have all these pretty unicorn cards laid out here, all 8 of them. And there are 8 of them because 8 is the number of foundation. And we are talking about foundations right now as we are building this new future together, whether we want to or not. And we need to each understand that we each are one brick in a tower. Oh, good. I'm so glad that he's going to go and touch a bunch of things. And see, this is one of the things I'm talking about, is that we're just not having responsibility. I hope that people are getting their packages and wiping them down and stuff. I mean, even me and my partner, like, one of us somebody has to shop. Like, we need groceries. And both of us are now well enough to do so, but I send him because why would we both, if he's going anyway, kind of thing. It's just, yep. It's just difficult. Yeah, I understand, Druid. I'm also very shocked that we don't know anything about this, and it's kind of scary how much is being hidden from us. It'll be really interesting to see where the full extent of this is. And it's interesting that if that's true, and we're gonna all be locked up until, at least September or later in the year. There's going to be a lot of each of us doing our own work and a lot of each of us holding up our own part of the tower. So I just, it's super interesting to hear all of this. And it's shocking that we don't know, like anyone else from North America going, what the fuck? Like, it's just a lot. And my other thing is, like, I have been sick, and so even though I'm not 100% yet, so I don't want to go out in public and spread it, right? Well, I just mean, like, when you get packages, like, do you know what I mean? Like, when you get like when you pick things up and people are saying to throw away paper and things like that. But we just all need to be super vigilant and make sure that we're putting things away and washing our hands. It's probably good practice to wash fruit anyway, like, not just for corona, for just in general. Like, wash your stuff, people. How many people touch that? You want someone poo germs on your zucchinis? Oh, that was a terrible vegetable to choose. Oh my God. That was totally, totally, totally organic. Thank you. That was the exact right word. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Not enough people wash their hands in this world at the best of times. Okay, so hi, Amira. How are you? 3 days or so after they've been infected. Thank you for the follow, Amira. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. I'm glad that you already want to follow me and you come and hear me talk about poo germ on zucchinis. Organic, apparently. Okay, so we're just going to go back to the unicorn cards for a second. You guys are loving this deck. And this is just, these are things that we need to be thinking about and focusing on as we're all locked in and shut down. Right, so you're like infected, like you're spreading it for a week before you know you're infected, right? I really feel like my girlfriend's husband took over her account because Ems would not normally ask me to show her my boobs. There, see? Ha! Called it. You know, Eric, most guys get banned for that. It is not that kind of stream. He thinks he's funny. He's not big on stream etiquette. Geminis, you know. So, sorry. So we're gonna talk. No, it's okay. Don't report. Yeah, I know. For future purposes. Yeah, it's a lot. You're right. It's a lot. Let's talk about the unicorns. We're going to talk about the unicorns. Shake it all off. Okay. So what is coming, as much as everything is giant and scary and shocking and terrifying right now, and as much as there's definitely a downside and devastation and terrible things all around us, what we need to be focusing on is our path forward and on our individual paths and on our collective paths. And from our homes, what we can't do necessarily lots as far as being out there helping people physically right now, but we can do lots as far as being mindful of what energy we're putting out there, not adding to the panic. If we want to build a new foundation and a new future together, we need to acknowledge that each of us has a part in that. And if your brick is a panic brick, well, then maybe the brick beside you is going to be contaminated by that too. And so we all just need to be very mindful of where we're putting our energy right now. And that sounds a little bit hokey, but it's also like a good reminder for each of us individually to just be focusing on something that is serving you and not on something that you have no control over. We all have no control over the coronavirus. We have no control over the governments. We have no control over the media. And so we have to do our best. We have to band together from all over the world using technology. The new age is the age of Aquarius, and Aquarius is the queen of tech, the king of electronics. And that is what we are going to need to do. We're going to need to band together in this very digital way, in this very, in a way, energetic way, because we're using electricity and energy in order to connect, and we're relying more on our energetic and our emotional connections and our spirituality rather than everything else. And yes, building a wigwam is the appropriate response. She's taken his privileges away. Poor Eric. See, I did not know that Hungary became a dictatorship. But I am not big on my news either, and you're not taking over the stream, and it's perfect that we can all talk about things openly here, because that's the only way we're going to know what's happening, and that's the only way we're going to know what energy needs to be being put out there and where we need to be putting our focus, even from the confines of our homes and behind our computers. Is there's still so much that we can do if we know, and so we need to make sure that we know, and we need to make sure that people are hearing this. And I absolutely needed to hear that. And there's a reason that you came here to share that with us. And I hope I'm going to try and put some of that out. Guys, if you guys have social media, by all means, screenshot this shit. Like, go back, scroll back in the chat, screenshot it, put it out there. Put it out there and start seeing where this can go. Like, we all need to start communicating. We need to stop considering ourselves different races and different people. We're all one people. We're all one thing. We're all one world. And we're going to learn that lesson the hard way if we don't learn it fast. I think we are learning it the hard way, actually. But we need to get on board with that, and we need to start those networks behind the scenes. So we're going to talk about the unicorns because they're beautiful and light and healing in this world of ridiculous insanity and pain. And so we're going to talk about something light and beautiful and magical because that's what we all need right now. That's where we need to be putting our efforts and our energy. We need to be putting our energy and our efforts into the magic that's going to rejuvenate this world. And some of that I know sounds insane, but it's the magic of love, the magic of support. Like we need to put our energy into these things that are moving us forward in the right direction. And so this seems like an odd one to get. The first card that we pull is prosperity. And so now everyone associates prosperity with money, and even this card itself says a gift of money is on its way, your income is increasing, managing your finances with love. Well, yes, we need to manage our finances with love. All of us are needing to be careful with our resources right now, both tangible and otherwise. But we need to stop thinking about money as only one thing. We've said this so many times on this stream. I've just been streaming regularly this week, just in time for everybody to find me. And we just need to be aware that our resources are more than just financial. The beautiful thing about this card is it's promising, look at these gray clouds in the background. Yes, there's a storm coming, but we're going to be okay. We're going to prosper through this. You can't go through a storm without getting wet. There's going to be thunder. There's going to be lightning. It's going to be scary. But at the end, this is going to be for our best interest, ultimately, as a planet. The goddess is the next one. And so this is really beautiful. This is talking about leaning into this divine feminine energy that's awakening right now. I love that they've used a woman with a unicorn horn here instead of just a very feminine unicorn, because it is so powerful to recognize and lean into the divine feminine that's awakening right now, that we are leaning into this collective caring and healing, this collective creation. We need to accept our role in that. And it says, honor your divine feminine energy, see your inner beauty, and love every part of you. And that is really what we each need to do right now. We've been sent to the corner. We're having our timeouts. And what we really need to do is we need to understand what we can do, what our skills are, what our talents and abilities are that are going to, that make us who we are, that really define us and give us joy and purpose in life. And we need to decide how we're going to use that to feed the universe and help the collective. And so we need to lean into that divine feminine creative power, and also honor and support the divine masculine in supporting, allow the divine masculine to come in order to support this divine feminine that's waking. Then we have compassion. Be gentle with yourself. Forgiveness will set you free. See the light in yourself and others. This is something that's going to be a hard lesson for a lot of us. We're not going to be able to sit at home and be judgmental anymore. We're not going to be able to say like, oh, the food bank is for lazy people. We're not going to be able to say things like, that'll never happen to me, because you know what? It's happening to all of us. Everything that happens to one of us happens to all of us. We're all connected. We're all intertwined. And we need to start having that compassion, not only for others, but for ourselves. So many of us are so great at putting compassion out into the world that we leave none for ourselves. We are so busy caring for everyone else and having empathy for everyone else, making sure that the needs of others are met as part of our self-identity, that we're not meeting our own needs and thus not even fulfilling our own purpose. And so have compassion for yourself right now. This is a big shift. We're each being asked to care for ourselves. And a lot of us don't know how to do that. We're very busy trying to care for others most of the time, distracting ourselves in that way. And you need to just know that everyone is going through this shift right now. So we need to be compassionate in general. We need to be loving in general. That's the only right answer, and it's the only way forward right now. So the next card here is innocence. Take time to play, nurture your inner child, live with a childlike sense of wonder. And this is all about letting joy into your life right now. This is like, what are the things that made you happy when you were a kid? What were those things that gave you those really genuine pleasures? What are the things that made you feel secure and feel loved and feel accepted? Those are the resources that we're all lacking right now, is those sensations of security. And those are where we need to go back to our childhood and back to our places of innocence and find those innocent pleasures again and find those innocent joys. For some of us, that might be taking up a childhood hobby like drawing or doodling. Some of it might be pursuing more of a more spiritual things during this new shift in this new paradigm. Oh, thank you so much for the tip. Thank you, lady. I appreciate you. Lady Anna. I should call you Anna. That's probably better than lady, hey? Sorry. And so we just need to find that childlike sense of wonder again. We need to do our best to um, do something that brings us joy and to put ourselves in that place of security, right? Okay, good. As long as you answered whatever. And thank you so much, Druid, for following. I appreciate that. I'm so glad that we were able to find this channel and start communicating. Um, our next card here is past lives. And now this is super interesting to me. This is a topic that's been coming up a lot lately. One of the things that I am able to do is view Akashic records. For those of you that don't know, there's a belief that all of the things that our soul has ever done are stored in our Akashic records, or in our energy signature, our energy print, for lack of a better word. Yes, by all means, Druid, post whatever you want here. It's a safe space. If you need moderator privileges, Scarlett has them, or I can do it. I don't know what is needed, but let me know and I will happily do any of that. But so this past life idea keeps coming up. We need to honor our past lives. We need to start honoring where we've come from, not just from a current world place, but from all of our lives place. We need to start realizing that a lot of the stuff that we think and see and feel and do is colored by pains and hurts in our past lives. And sometimes this comes up to talk about very close, like the life before now was our past life. So we need to explore that. But also we need to start exploring, where do some of our fears come from? Where do our phobias come from? Where are we where are we doing this? What were we doing and how did we get here? And what is it that we're on this planet in this realm for right now? So we really need to take this time apart to examine that. Where are we going, not as individuals right now, but as individual entities, as individual souls? Where are we going in the bigger picture? And so this one says, release your past life karma. You are an old soul with deep wisdom. Healing your past lives will raise your vibration. The other thing about healing past lives is we also heal in ancestral hurts and ancestral pains. And so by releasing ourselves from hurts of past lives, not only do we open ourselves up to new learning that's available here, and we are able to see things from a new, fresher perspective and to fully embrace the learning that we came here for, but we are also able to what was I talking about? Oh, I just derailed myself because I needed a drink of water. We are also able to heal our relatives and ancestors and soulmates from those same pains. We're able to release them from pain that they have caused us, and we are able to release them from responsibility karmically, that they are now able to move forward from a safer place. So I'm just seeing the chat here. State of emergency until the end of 2020. Parliament suspended. Wow. Spreading fake news. I wonder what they consider fake news. Like anything that tells the truth to the world? Just saying, that's what Trump considers fake news. It's interesting that other people are, I mean, I know it's a translation, it's probably, maybe it's not even a great translation, but it's pretty interesting that is such a thing that we hear about now. How are they making gender operations illegal? What the hell? Okay. They're making being transgendered illegal? That's crazy. Okay, sorry. Take your time. No rush. I can't believe that. Are they giving people an opportunity to leave? Are they giving people a way to go? Are they giving people a safe passage to somewhere that's less shitty? Okay, sorry. I'm going to wait for the translations in chat, and I'm going to finish this reading because we're talking about more positive things, or we're trying to, even though this is very important information, I super am grateful, Druid, that you're sharing this with us. Please continue. I'm just going to continue the reading also while you're doing translations. So sorry. So the next card here is cycles. Everything has its right time. Honor the cycles of your body and tune into the moon's magic. So this is not only about honoring our own cycles. This is something we were talking about earlier in the stream. As women, we need to tune in more to the moon. We need to all tune in more to the divine feminine energy, which the moon is the planet that represents that. This is also about our own emotions and our own inner knowledge and our own wisdom. But it's also about acknowledging that everything comes and goes in its own time. Everything happens in its own time. And what we need to realize and acknowledge is that these cycles are beyond our control, and that moving with them is safer and easier for us than moving against them. And so it's very difficult sometimes to think that, or to think of pain or of dramatic, difficult endings as cycles, because they feel like one thing that's happening right now. They're like a brick wall you're running into on your path. But what they really are is part of a bigger cycle. They're an ending, or a place that we come to. You know, if you go around a circle over and over and over again, you'll hit that clasp over and over, right? If you you always you pass the place you started. And so that's that change of that cycle. And we have all different cycles. We have big cycles and little cycles, and we have so many that feel like they're ending all at once right now. So many that are cycling in an odd sync to each other, so that they feel out of sync, but it's causing this huge giant shift overall. So we need to be aware of those things. We need to be minding our own cycles, and minding the planetary cycles, and minding the astrological cycles, and using those tools that we have and that we're being given, so that we can be cognizant and be aware of those cycles, so that we're not being taken off guard. And so the next card we have here is expansion. Expand your mind, man. Love this card. I could just stare at it all day. It's so beautiful. Spread your wings and soar. Share your message and shine your light. Show the world what you're made of. Weird that I would like this card. Anyway, so this is, I think, a very straightforward card in some ways, but this is what we need to stay focused on. We need to focus on expanding our minds and our horizons. We need to focus on the new things that are coming, and we need to focus on, as I've said before, each of us shining our own light. We are adding to the collective light when we shine brightest. And the brighter that we shine, and the more that we are able to be our full selves, the brighter we will shine, the more that we are adding to the collective energy and to creating a bright new world instead of a dark and fearful one. And so we all need to be, as much as there are scary, dark things happening and shadows being cast by political powers all over the world, and by the coronavirus and by other terrifying things in the world right now, we all need to focus on shining our own light. We all need to, of course, be aware of the collective, but understand that the only way that we can help right now is by shining brighter and brighter and brighter. And the only way to do that is to stand in our power and to follow our own path. And so this is really what we all need to be focusing on right now, is how can we each shine brightest. And so this is the last card in our unicorn reading, and this card is the courage card. Because you know what, guys? We're all going to need courage. We're going to need courage to get through what comes next. We're going to need courage to not continuously bury ourselves back in the shadows, to bury our head under the blanket. We're going to need courage to move forward together and to accept the limitations of the paradigms that we've developed. And we're going to need courage to be our true selves and to shine that light in the darkness. It is scary to be the one in front, and anyone that's shining their light is in front, because everyone is following. Everyone follows the light. If you find it uncomfortable to be in front, start lighting other lamps. Once your light is big enough, you can start lighting lamps for others. You can spread courage. You can spread joy. You can spread love and kindness. And this is something that each of us needs to be working on right now. Have courage. And it says here, you are safe. Fear is an illusion, and set strong boundaries. And so that applies to the media right now. We really need to make sure that we're not uh, ODing ourselves or overdosing ourselves on mainstream media. We need to make sure that we are getting real sources of information, like we are here today. Thank you, Druid. Again, I see that you've posted. I'll read that in just a second. And we need to be aware that fear is an illusion. Fear is a low vibration. It's something that keeps us held back. And I'm going to say something that's maybe an unpopular opinion, but we need to all be aware that whatever happens next is supposed to happen next. The people that are leaving this planet is because they, for whatever reason, on their spiritual plane, on their spiritual realm, on their spiritual level, this is when they were supposed to check out. This is when they needed to be going. This is when they need to go and do work elsewhere. And this is, and maybe they're going to reincarnate now at a perfect time for them to go and live a more full and a more productive and a more useful life on their soul path. So we need to stop seeing things so black and white, and we need to stop burying ourselves in the darkness, and we need to understand what exactly it is that we're doing, right? When we are putting that fear and everything out there, are we really afraid of what the universe has in store for us? Are we really afraid of the learning that we have to do on our life path? If you are, you need to examine why. And that's maybe something that a lot of us are being faced with right now that's making us fearful and uncomfortable. We are not good at dealing with death. We are not good at dealing with endings. And we're not good at dealing with lots of these scary things. But this is a time that we need to have the courage to face them. And we need to move forward from here, knowing that we have all of these things supporting us and this eventual prosperity promised. So that is the unicorn reading. I just encourage all of you guys right now to really take that to heart and to have that courage. Remind yourselves that everything does happen for a reason, even if it's something shitty. Whatever your belief system is, every belief system has this built into it, is that we can't always explain things. We can't always tell why something happened today and not tomorrow, or not last week, or to that person and not that person. But we do know that at the end of the day, there was learning for us to be had there, and we need to honor that possibility and be open to those possibilities. And sorry, I'm just going to read the chat really quick because Drew is posting here. Says open end. So basically, calling a state of emergency, is that what created like this dictatorship? That's what you're saying, right? I'm sorry, I'm sucky at politics. Yeah, that's what I thought. So they can change the laws now because of the state of emergency, because they can do whatever they deem necessary, right? Wow. It's interesting that, again, yeah, they're part of the EU, and that just because of the loophole here that the EU can't step in, it's interesting that none of this is being published. I find so much of the stuff that happens in Europe is not truthfully published in North America at all. Just so you guys don't have to stare at my blank desk. You can stare at my big green cup instead. Guys, I have like a fur or a string or something on me, and I don't have hair, so I don't know where it came from. But it's bugging me. So then, from the Kit Kat. Well, she doesn't have that long a fur. I mean, really. I'm sorry, guys. I just need to, like, lighten the mood. I just need to... There. That's better. Don't we all feel better now? I'm dressed for the apocalypse. You can't help us, so you shouldn't bother us? Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Is the EU trying to step in? Like, is the EU trying to get involved and do something about this? Or are they just kind of having to let it happen? Or like where are they at in the process? Or where, like, what's the prognosis, I guess, for lack of a better word? So basically, the EU is like, hey, we need to talk. And they slammed the door in their face and was like, we're not talking to no one. That's probably a really immature way to say that. I'm sorry. So it'll be interesting to see if that starts being published in the days and weeks to come. It's interesting that, as I said, like, we know nothing about this. Like, you're saying you've been locked down for how many months already? Like, when did your lockdown start? And interesting, people are only talking about this, like, oh, wow. So they're just trying to starve you guys out, eh? Or not you guys, sorry, trying to starve Hungary out. Because they're just, like, cutting off all their supplies, basically. That is, yeah, that's a lot to handle. Guys, I really like this hat, but, you know, the veil. Hello, Scorpion Queen. How you doing? I thought for a sec that was Scorpio Queen, and I was like, oh yeah, one of them, but maybe that's not right. Are you a Scorpio Scorpion, or are you just a regular Scorpion? We are just getting some news on European affairs in the midst of the COVID insanity from Druid, who lives in Austria. I can't take myself seriously in this hat. What I really want is this hat without the veil. But I don't know how to take the veil off without destroying everything. So I guess I'm stuck. Ha! Well, at least I was sort of right. We did an astrological reading earlier today for the month of April for all the signs, and I was making fun of Scorpio, but not in a mean way. I just need to turn on the phone. I was making fun of Scorpio and, well, most of the signs, actually, if we're being honest. I will have this, the video will be up. Am I a Virgo? God, no. Thank God. No, I'm an Aquarius. Virgo, really? You would put me for a Virgo? That's weird, because I don't think that most Virgos would look like me. They're usually a little more boxy. But hey, what do I know? So anyway, we done that earlier, so if you're interested, you can always watch that later. I think maybe I need to, sometimes I think, like, at the end of the stream, like, I should take the video and I should, like, cut it up so that I can put on YouTube, like, the individual pieces, like, here's the unicorn reading and here's this, as opposed to, like, here's the whole stream. Because, you know, I certainly, like, I stream for how many hours, I certainly don't go through and watch my stream at the end. Oh, guys, look. Abundance. It's a rainbow-winged unicorn. I don't know. I don't think I said anything mean. I just said Scorpios have, like, intense focus and they need to use that to their advantage. And I just shuffled my cards in upside down or backwards. But if you don't believe me, you can check out the recording later. I'm not sure. I can't remember. We did cards for every, or a card for every sign except Sagittarius, who got 4 because they're special. I think I made fun of Sagittarius more because they pulled that and got 4 cards in a 1-card draw. Typical Sagittarius. But yeah. Sometimes on the wrong things, yes. Sometimes on the wrong things. Sometimes on the right things. Always on things that are meaningful to them. And so it's really difficult to say it's the wrong thing, I think. My daughter is a Scorpio, and I'm an Aquarius, and so I just really like hone all of my energy in the world into being really accepting of everyone. So, and that comes really naturally to me. And so I probably am perfect for a Scorpio child because I don't mind her bizarre little obsessive compulsiveness. She's funny though. End of February, yeah. We didn't start hearing about this stuff in North America. When did we start hearing about this? I think we started hearing about it being in China in like late February. And then the next thing I knew, everyone was freaking out and we were all locked down. And like by mid-March, because I got a cold, as far as I know, a cold around the 15th or so. Yes, Aquarians can be goofballs. That is also fair. Yes, you will clash. That is also fair. Because Aquarians are so aloof and they're like, here, have 20 million different interests. Why are you focusing obsessively on that one thing when there's so many available to you? Yeah, I can see the clashing. Also, Aquarius, air sign, Scorpio, water sign. Water's usually kind of heavy. It's a different kind of flow, more about the emotions. Definitely some room for clashing there. Sorry. I was talking about this pandemic. Yeah, so I actually got a cold and started self-isolating around mid-March, which means I guess if I didn't even have corona or whatever, I was spreading it for a week ahead of time and didn't even know it. And we started, and I started self-isolating then. Within a week of me self-isolating, my job was, I'm a massage therapist and I'm a healer, and that was, I owned my own business. And so my job, I was like mandated by the government that I'm not allowed to do that anymore because it touches people, right? Like I'm touching people for a living. And so within a week of me self-isolating, that's what happened. So I didn't have a job to go back to. I lost my business. I gave up my business space. I just moved all my shit out, the rest of it last night. Yeah, so this is what I was kind of working on in the background. You're also a massage therapist. That's so awesome. We should compare techniques sometime. I would love to hear how you guys are trained versus how we are trained. We are trained the like Swedish techniques. But I mean, I do some of the stuff I learned in school, but for the most part, I just follow my hands, and it's more of like an energy treatment with me. I do lots of very deep manual like muscle work, as well as rapid, which is a neurofascial reset thing. It's very interesting. You should look it up if you're interested in it. And yeah, it's very interesting to be suddenly illegal and lose your business. And so I've been already working on this online stuff, and I decided to just I was going to put my services that I was offering that were not massage to be offered distance, my energy healing and my tarot reading and things like that. And I decided, fuck it, I wanted to do this online thing, and I was just going to switch everything over. So here we are. 12 techniques learned and licensed. 12 techniques is a lot. I mean, here in Canada, we do like 2 years of school, and then you're out and you're a registered massage therapist, and you can add whatever you want to on top of that. So I added rapid, and we'll see if I ever get the chance to add anything else, because if I really paid $500 to be a massage therapist for the year and don't get to treat anyone else until 2021, I probably won't renew my license, because by then I will be making money somewhere else. Although, yes, I am Canadian. There's a lot of Canadians in here. See, the Canadians dig me. We can hear each other. We can smell the Timbits. Is Scarlett still here? Darling Scarlett Woods. Is she still in the stream? My kitten. Oh my god, I don't know if you guys can see this. Can you see the little paw under the door? Oh, she took it away. She's trying to get in. Well, because you'd wanted a reading, right, sweetheart? Look. Do you see the paws? I think, Druid, that you would be much happier here, to be honest. Apparently you got moderator while you were on a break. Okay. Tyrone, you're so cute. Um, apparently the kitten needs my attention. I'm gonna take a real quick bio break, and blah blah. And then Scarlett, I'm gonna read your cards when I come back. Is that okay, sweetheart? Are you gonna be around? Is there any urgency for you, or do I need to do it right this second? Oh, this tattoo. This is my twin flame tattoo. And it's hard to tell because it's not finished yet, but this is all like a tree behind them, like a big sakura tree. And this is like all the roots. They've been standing there staring into each other's eyes for so long that the roots have started to grow around their feet. And it is a twin flame tattoo, and it is all about that fulfillment that we have uh, by having kids with our twin flame, which I'm hoping to do in this lifetime. But first, I gotta get a job and stuff. So we'll see. We'll see how that works out for me. But awesome. I think that it does sound like Austrian roots are definitely having some problems over their druid. And I think you really genuinely, like, I'm totally 100% serious. I really genuinely think you should consider moving to Canada when all of this insanity is over. The weather is going to be similar, at least in some places. And it's just way more accepting here. And there's, as much as there are challenging things about living in this country, there are some really amazing things. And I am so grateful every day that this is where I incarnated because I really have other shit to worry about this lifetime. I don't have time to worry about scrimping and saving to have like every single little thing. I really had like bigger fish to fry. And so I'm super grateful this is where I incarnated, You're not cute and you don't know how she deals with you. I mean, I don't know. She seems to think you're cute. Like, she's keeping you around so far. So, like, she's probably good. So anyway, guys, I'm gonna take a quick BRB. I'm just gonna let the cat in and things like that, and then I will do Scarlett's reading when I come back, and we will go from there. Maybe I will actually get, yeah. Oh, that's really interesting, Druid. Yeah, you do. You need to move on. You need to move on not just like physically. You need to find a way to you need to find a safe place where you can be all of yourself and where you can move on from what's been holding you back. Like totally, absolutely, 100%. And all of us will support you in that in any way that we can and give you a safe place to be in the meantime because it sounds like you need one. So yeah, I'm going to take my break. I'm going to be back in a little bit and we're going to do more stuff. And then when I'm done stream, I'm going to worry about a bot because I have this paper list and it's weird. So I will be right back. I'll talk to you guys in a minute. Okay. What did I miss? I was talking to my partner while we were on the phone, and I was asking him, I was like, babe, have you heard about any of this stuff in Austria? Have you heard about any of this stuff in Europe? And he is actually born and raised until he was 11 in Britain, in Wales, and in England. And he said yes, that he is aware of what's happening to some small degree. He was aware that the borders had been closed, and he was aware about Hungary and things like that. He's a huge news junkie, and he said it's only by reading the European papers that he knows any of this. That is being reported in the EU, but it's not being reported here in North America, that everything is about Trump and everything is about the bullshit happening in the United States. And so that's actually really alarming that this is being reported somewhere else. It's even more alarming, actually, that it's being like publicly reported, and that the American newspapers and the North American newspapers are not feeling the need to, like, talk about that shit. Like, this is important things to know. It's very interesting that you guys have been hearing about it since December. I mentioned that to him, and I don't think that he didn't remember hearing about it that far back, even in the papers from Europe. So it's interesting that that's what's been happening. I'm grateful to have him because I really suck at staying current on events, but he's like a news junkie. And so even in the midst of all this, where he has been to some degree kind of like news limiting, he is still way more informed than I am, and great at providing that information. Druid, if you need to go to sleep, then you should go to sleep, because you are probably super exhausted. And one of the things that we need to do is to keep our strength up, because as we were saying earlier, each of us has a responsibility to ourselves to take care of ourselves, and only ourselves right now, and first and foremost, and then everyone else after ourselves. And so if you need to sleep, you need to sleep. And so 3:41 a.m. I get it, though. I'm a night owl, and that's why my channel starts at 3 my time, because that is the earliest you can expect me to be here reliably. I went to bed at 6 in the morning yesterday. Earlier today. And then I slept until like noon, so like 6 hours, which is pretty solid. And here I am, and I've been here for 4 hours and 45 minutes now. Which means that I must start at 11 your time, Druid. So every night at 11 is when my stream will start, except Mondays for you in your time, in your world. It is very confusing to see what's happening. And this is one of the reasons that I, for myself, protect myself from all of this a little bit by just kind of not delving too deep into it, because, and my reasoning for that is that I'm not getting the information anyway. As you can see, the universe brings me the information that I need. I let it bring me what I think I can handle, and other than that, I don't go seeking it too much, because I just do have great difficulty processing all of that and being able to be able to like, handle all of that emotion at once. I just find it I feel like that's like a lot to deal with. So yeah. Is Scarlett still here, or did she bail on me? And if she did, I don't blame her. I think she's probably still here. There she is. How do you feel about manga tarot, darling? Manga tarot seems to be the vibe I'm getting for you. Let me grab it. You've seen it today already. It's the dramaticest of dramatic decks. Yeah, it's definitely concerning how they're working, or not working, maybe is the better word. Do you guys like having the camera like this so that you can see the cards? Like, are they actually visible enough on your screen, or are they kind of shitty looking? Does anyone have an opinion on the subject? I think I kind of asked about this earlier. Making sure I'm doing it right. Oh, yeah, right. There. Is that better? Do you like it like this better or the other way? This is good. And so you can see, like, I know my second camera is not as good resolution as my my face cam, but I thought that it was better than nothing. And is it useful when I hold the cards up to the bit or camera to see the details or no? Oops. Yeah, that's usually a good time to go. You before you end up with too many keyboard prints in your forehead. Go and sleep, and we will see you hopefully tomorrow. We will be here to provide good chat, something to distract you from current events. So be kind to yourself, get lots of rest, take care of yourself as best you can. Thank you for coming to the stream. It was wonderful to see you. Sweet dreams. Oof. Yes. Dream of moving to Canada. You should do some research. And when you wake up tomorrow, just to give yourself something to focus on, you should do some research and start deciding, like, where in Canada would you like to move? And that'll give you something good to focus on. Sweet dreams. We'll talk to you later. My pendulum says yes, you will talk to them later. Okay, so this is interesting because this is really kind of a little bit of this is mirroring some of what we read earlier. And so I love, some people say that, the tarot is all bullshit, but when you pull the same cards like 6 times in one day, I feel like it's hard to say that it's bullshit. I mean, how many times did I pull the Knight of Swords today? How many times, how many times is that coming up for people? How many times I've already pulled, you guys have seen this, the Two of Wands, the Six of Cups. These cards have come out today. We are seeing over and over. And so this is just echoing that what is happening for one of us is happening for all of us. Yes, we are each being affected individually. Yes, we need to each care for ourselves individually, but we need to also understand that we're part of the bigger collective, and that's what's happening for us is happening for everyone. It's just manifesting for us in different ways. And so I personally really like when this happens, when we see in every different deck, in every different place that I go, every different divination tool that we come to, we see the same thing. Yesterday I did this with the runes. I pulled the runes, and it talks about the same things that the tarot talks about. The tarot talks about the same thing to some degree for most of us. It talks about it more specifically for each of us, but the big themes are the same. And so I do love when we do these streams, or I do these streams and I can see through the day, this is what's happening today. Yeah. That's interesting, Ashley. That's super interesting. Yeah. The Knight of Swords is not in this reading yet. It may be later. But I was just commenting that the Knight of Swords come out earlier in the deck. We pulled it 3 times during our Astro Zodiac forecast for April. once each out of 3 of the 5 decks that we used. And then also the King of Swords. So lots of swords, lots of mentality stuff happening, lots of changes in perspective, changes in mentality, changes in the way we view the world. See? Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. It's about reading the global energy. It's about being able to tap into that same stream. And when we see this happening, not only with multiple decks in the same person, the multiple decks within multiple people, right? How many different readers do we have here that pull for themselves or that pull for others, and how many times are we seeing this right now? And so, as you know, the Knight of Swords is all about things are happening really fast, maybe uncomfortably fast. You're going to feel maybe defensive, or you're going to be pumped about the fact that this is all like moving forward full tilt. And it was really demonstrated in the cards that we were pulling. It was interesting that I pulled 3 different King of Swords, and they all meant, of course, similar things, because Knight of Swords. They're all the Knight of Swords, but they all had their own look and their own emphasis. And that's really, I always am told which deck to use, or am guided to a certain deck for certain readings, and I always think that the cosmos know, that the spirit knows which deck is going to best depict what they need to say with their tone. And so I think that that's really beautiful to see that come out in so many different ways. I should do a study on those some days and just see the differences. Excuse me, I'm sorry. So now we're going to start Scarlett's reading. Poor Scarlett. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to be rude, but I will probably ignore the chat for a little bit just so I can do Scarlett's reading, because she's been waiting very patiently for like 4 years now. Like, actually. And yeah. So I'm just going to do this reading and then probably just ignore the chat for a little bit. If you derail me, fair enough, but otherwise, oops. So we're starting this off with the 7 of Pentacles. 7 of Pentacles. Now, the 7s are an interesting card. Because the 7s, like in the Swords, is talking about a feeling of something being taken away from you or stolen from you. In Cups is about abundance and about so many options, but that you're almost overwhelmed and needing to be careful of your options. So it's interesting because the 7s always seem to have a little bit of caution to them. And so here, it's interesting, the 7 of Pentacles is all about taking good care of the skills and resources that we already have and being certain to pursue those. 7 is right before 8. I know that seems like a redundant thing to say, but 8 is the number of building foundations. 4 is about moving forward from where you are, from a new platform, getting your base down, and 8 is really about building on top of that. So 7 is getting ready to build. So 7, he's preparing, he's doing the work now, and he needs to do the work now. He needs to continue working on what he's been working on, as well as maybe adding some new interest to the pot. But there needs to be this balance between the different areas. There needs to be this understanding that if you give all of your attention to one space or to one pentacle or one skill, then the others are going to suffer for a lack, right? So it's really important to remember that you do have a lot of diverse skills, and there's a lot of different ways that you can go with that. But like, if you don't use it, you lose it, so to speak. And if you're not caring for those skills and not using them, then you're neglecting them, and you're the word squandering immediately came to mind. Squandering them. The Page of Coins is the next one, and so Page of Pentacles, obviously. And so this is all about new resources, new things coming, new information about resources. And so this is really interesting because I was saying how 7 is coming before 8. And so this is really about, you've put in the work, you're still doing the work, you need to continue doing the work, you need to continue maintaining your crop, so to speak. And yet here comes this 8th pentacle. Here's coming this new thing that's going to help you build that new foundation. So it's really interesting. It seems that this new thing is possibly going to come from your childhood in some way. It's going to have some roots to something that was really precious to you as a child, that gave you joy or good feelings in your childhood, something that was important to you there. And so Just be aware when you're watching in the universe and you're watching for the abundance that's coming in your direction, and the new pentacle that's coming to be added to your crop. Just make sure that you don't um, brush things aside just because you think you've seen them before. Just because something is coming around again doesn't mean it's the same offer it was last time. So that's just something you need to be mindful of. So often that we'll say, oh no, like I've already talked to you, or I know what you're about, or no, I've already heard about this. But you know what? Things change, we change, things resonate with us differently, people present things to us differently, and sometimes things just click. And so you really need to be aware of this offering. Now, it seems like something you're going to be somewhat emotional about, actually, as you see all of the cups here have bounty in them, so to speak. Beautiful flowers, new beginnings, fresh starts, all being signified here as well. But the one cup that's being brought is a cup of emotion. And so this is going to be something that you are feeling emotionally, or that you're feeling emotionally drawn to. And you really need to trust your heart when choosing this new pentacle and making space for it in your life. And so it's interesting that the next card here is about this Two of Wands. We've seen this before. They're always depicted holding the world in some way, or um, nurturing almost in a way. And so it's this caution. There's two ways to go on this path, and there's two directions that you could take right now on your own path, on your life path, on your spiritual path. Be careful that you're not guarding, like the way that he's sitting here, like you're not guarding this little world and ignoring all of the abundance the entire universe is trying to offer behind him, right? You see almost like they're trying to get his attention. The clouds are parting behind him, circling him almost. But he is so focused on this thing that he already has that he is not seeing that this is an option. And so he's using his fork in the road to justify his existing path rather than to really be honest with himself about what the options are. And you mentioned earlier in the stream that you're a Cancer, and that makes a lot of sense. It's often difficult for Cancers to come to terms with these things. Cancers don't like change. Cancers don't like new shells. They don't want to... they don't necessarily want to go there. They don't want to go to the deep places, even though they are all kind of are deep. They're kind of deep creatures themselves. And so it's really, it is difficult for Cancers to come to these crossroads. Cancers often will choose to stay in a shell that no longer fits and is indeed hurting them rather than move on, because the time and effort taken to process the emotions accompanied with the sense of loss of the old shell and the old ways and the old whatever is really something that we struggle with. Tyrone, I think that could very much have something to do with it. I think that could, is this right? So again, I think it's so interesting that we're seeing so many of the same cards over and over today. Yeah, if you can, right? Yeah, we're all seeing these struggles, right? I definitely think that could be a possible interpretation. So yeah, be aware of any opportunities that present themselves in and around those things, right? Be aware that you might have emotion, right? As I said, it might come from a place someone you care about. Just be careful not to wave things aside. So then we come into the next row of the reading here, and we start seeing. Now it's so interesting that we started, like the last one here is the Two of Wands, and the first one here is the Three of Wands. And it's interesting because we see, when we put them side by side, how it's almost like he turned around in this picture, right? You can see them, maybe this is better. And then he realized there's another one. There's more abundance this way. And so again, this is another, like in some parts of the tarot, 3 is a number of rejoicing and abundance. In some parts, it's the heartbreak card, like with swords. So the wands is interesting because it has this kind of the 3s are always about an ending, whether it's a good ending or a bad ending remains to be seen, but they're always about an ending. And so it's about realizing that one of these paths has ended, that one of these things is over, and that you have actually gained more on that path than you thought you had. You have this new wand, this new idea, or this new spiritual understanding, or this new tool in your spiritual tool belt. Then you're going to progress onward from here. And so, as I said before, this is really about foundations. And so, just like the 7s come before the 8s, the 3s come before the 4s. And so, as you're making these progressions in your resources and in your support systems on a higher level, you need to acknowledge that on other levels, maybe you're not quite there yet, and you're having different challenges in different areas of your life. So the Queen of Swords is the next card in the reading, and we've seen her already as well. This is all about a woman who can take care of herself, a woman who can make the right decisions for herself. Unfortunately, sometimes it's one of those no matter who she hurts kind of things, but that's true strength. We need to not spare the feelings of others to harm ourselves, and the truth is that each of us is beholden to ourselves and only ourselves, and it's unfair and frankly incorrect to expect any of us to give up our lives for anyone else. Now, I mean, there's very heroic acts where people literally give up their lives for someone else, their physical life, and that's their path, and that's a separate thing. What I'm talking about, but what I mean is when you allow someone else's life and life goals to become more important to you than your own, then that's always a concern. And the Queen of Swords reminds us that we need to stay sharp. We need to keep the things away from us that we know are not healthy for us. We need to protect ourselves, and we need to continue using the tools and the resources that have gotten us this far to continue forward. So the 8 of Swords is interesting because while the 8 is often a number of foundations, you see that here the 8 of Swords is all about existing block, so to speak. Now, it's interesting that this great big ominous tower is showing behind her, because instead of building foundations, she's locked herself in. She's locked herself in with all these different ideas, and she is not realizing that maybe these swords weren't even swords that she put there. They're not, I've said so many times today, these aren't really hurting us. They're just sitting there. We're just holding ourselves captive with fear when we see the 8 of Swords. And so what we're doing is we're sitting behind these swords and using these ideas or these things that we've been taught as excuses not to move forward, instead of seeing the truth and seeing that light. And so it's interesting that, of course, the next card is the Page of Swords, because this is all about new ideas. Just like the Page of Coins is new things about finances and resources, this is the Page of Swords, and it's new things, new ideas coming in. And so you need to realize that you need to open your eyes, and you need to stop using the things you've been taught and the things that you've experienced so far as an excuse to think that you know what's going to come. You need to be open to new ideas, rather than holding on to the old shell just because moving is hard. And so that's the whole reading for Scarlet. And it's kind of like, okay, so I understand that, like, you got where you got by working your ass off and stuff, but, like, you're not going to get any further if you don't keep working your ass off. And I know you're comfortable, and I know you're scared, but, like, I don't care, get off your ass, bitch. It's just, like, really blunt. It's like, yeah, if you feel like you're trapped, it's your own fault. You know which path you need to take. Turn around and see the abundance before you, girl. It's like, sorry. See, exactly. Keep pushing, keep pushing. That's exactly what it is. You got to keep up that hustle. And for each of us, we each have our thing. We each have our thing that's happening right now. We each have the thing that we need to hustle on. We each have the thing that we need to focus on, and we're being given this time to do that. And so get your shit done, girl. What else can I say? I'm glad that you liked it. Very glad that you liked it. And I hope that it was useful for you. I never know where to look. I always have a tendency to look at myself because at least it's another human. You know what I mean? But then I'm like looking at my screen like down here somewhere, and so I'm like looking like at weird places, and then I don't know if it looks weird for you guys. I always have to stop talking because he gives me shit if I don't. I have a sassy pendulum. Hey, so I have been doing some thinking. Thinking's a good word. Let's use that word as I get my notebook because I'm like that. That I think that I want to do, like I'm going to do my daily streams, or 6 days a week at least. I think that I'm going to continue. I mean, I know that I'm going to continue doing that. But I think I would like to have kind of like a daily theme. And so I was gonna run some of these ideas past you guys, if you don't mind. Everyone want to be part of my focus group? You guys can be part of my focus group. It'll be fun. So one of the things that I started doing was I started doing my Skwyrl Says on Instagram, and so like I do for a few days now, every night. Because I'm a night owl, around like 1 or 2 in the morning, I post this thing about like, okay, so like here's what's happening. I do not have a subscription option currently, because I'm not a Twitch partner or anything like that. I do have a Patreon set up, although I don't think I necessarily have it finished yet. I would also like suggestions on what you guys think would be appropriate. If anyone's willing to talk about it, what you think are appropriate settings for tips and subscriptions and things like that. I would love to have like it's super easy, I got this. Okay, well that's good. I appreciate that vote of confidence. I think I've already filled some of the criteria. And yeah, I don't know what about this stuff. You guys will have to teach me. I haven't twitched in like 4 years. I mean, like this kind of twitching, but not like this kind of twitching. So if you guys are really into the channel and want it to be successful, then fucking yeah, help me. Thank you. I appreciate all the help I can get. Tell me where to change settings and stuff. I don't know this shit. So just yeah, help a girl out. So I have been thinking about like emotes and different tiers to be able to have on Patreon and things like this. And so I am working on all of this. I was originally gonna do like a video series on YouTube, and I was gonna do like on how to use a pendulum and things like that. But I think what I would actually rather do, I'm gonna switch this so you guys aren't looking at my notebook because that's probably obnoxious. There we go. Hi. Uh-oh. Come on then, hurry up. You're gonna ruin that notebook. The longer you stand on it, the more likely it is it's gonna shift and knock everything on the floor. This standoff with the kitten. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna try YouTube. I just don't have the patience, to be honest with you. I stream here, and I like streaming here. It's easy to stream here. I appreciate the audience here. I like that I can just like switch into video games anytime I want when I get bored or when I just want to chill for a little bit. And yeah, so I'm actually pretty pretty satisfied. I was gonna try and like multi-stream and stuff. I think it would be good to do some Facebook streams maybe, but frankly, most of my channel, most of my oh, there she goes. Most of my stuff is all on Twitch and Instagram and things like that. So I was originally thinking to do like a YouTube series of like pendulum training or tarot training, things like that, where we like walk through the tarot, or walk through the different cards, or walk through whatever. I've already decided. Now she's trying to get out. Look at that. I've already decided to do like an unBible study on Saturdays. I think I decided to do it on. I don't know about you guys, but I think this is hilarious. She looks so indignant. You could help me the whole time, you bitch. Okay, sorry. So the unBible study on Saturdays. And then I thought about doing training stuff like on YouTube, but now I think it would actually be better to do it here and just post the videos on YouTube later. I really like that I can talk to you guys this way. I think that what I'll do is I think I might start doing almost like homework, and then you guys, like, I'll be able to post like, okay, this week for our learning day, whatever it's called, and you'll need these things. Yeah, the unBible series. Yes, unBible studies, exactly. I'm very excited about my unBible studies. And the reason that I'm very excited about them, and I don't blame you for being worried, because Christianity is scary shit. My uncle is calling me. He is persistent today, and I told him that I'm streaming, but to him he's like, family comes first, and I'm like, yeah, but like I can talk to you pretty much anytime. Yeah, so yeah, the Christian version of God is scary, definitely. Um, the way that Christianity exists in our modern society, the way that Christianity exists right now for us in North America especially is like really fucking scary. And we are going to discuss that. And so one of the reasons that I want to have that no one hits on me. That's my boyfriend that's always trying to make sure no one's hitting on me. Although I don't think he realizes that there aren't that many people that are interested in hitting on me, but whatever. He just likes to be insecure. But one of my big things of doing the unBible study is just kind of reclaiming Yeshua or Jesus as a healer and as an energy worker. And my big thing about it is that the Bible is used as a weapon, and I want to disarm Christians. And so I'm going to do this, and I'm going to teach about the Bible, and I'm going to teach about what the Bible really says about homosexuality, about masturbation, about adultery. I'm going to go through those passages, and we're going to talk about where are these people justifying this hate from. We're going to talk about that, and we're going to talk about that in... Oh my gosh, Anna, you're so cute. Thank you, darling. So there's that. But I want to reclaim Yeshua. I want to reclaim the Bible. And I really, like, as I get further into it, I'm really hoping there's actually a bunch of parts of the Bible that are not, or there are equally relevant documents that were at one point part of the Bible, or that maybe should have been part of the Bible, and that were decided by humans, usually male humans, and part of the patriarchy not to include those parts for us. And so there's tons of information that's being held away from us, and that's not revealing the true nature of Christianity and of Christ himself. And right, Anna, you gotta know what's in the Bible. This is what I'm talking about. People don't realize what's in there. The other thing that really drives me totally insane and mental is that the Old Testament is basically... like the law for the Jews and the history for the Jews. The Old Testament was supposed to be basically like abolished and made no more by Christ. And yet that's not how we see that. So many modern Christians constantly draw on the Old Testament to justify their hatred and their bullshit. Just to be specific, Sodom and Gomorrah is the only thing that Christians use to justify their hate for homosexuals. And and if you really read the passage, like it's not about people being gay. It's about people being like morally corrupt. It's not about the fact that they were gay. It's about the fact that they were like violent and like raping people and like, oh my goodness. There's nothing that says that homosexuality is gay. In fact, even when they talk in that passage, in that context, in that time, they don't say anything specific about that. There are other passages that say like a man should not lay with a man or whatever, but again, all these things are Old Testament. It's yes, exactly. Exactly. It's about not welcoming new people, and it's about not taking care of people. It's like there's so many things that are happening and at play there. And so this is why I really want to pursue the Bible from a new place, from a new perspective. And I really want to be able to give people the information they need to arm themselves against these religious nut jobs who are using the Bible as a weapon of mass destruction rather than a prophecy of love, which is what they claim that it is for, and yet they use it incorrectly. So anyway, sorry. Okay. So that's one of the things that I want to do. I've been trying to figure out what the other things should be. Like, I really thought it would be like, I would love to do, somebody suggested that I do like fortune telling Fridays and like dress up like a fortune teller and like stuff like that. I think that would be fun. Although I also feel like I might just look like an alien fortune teller and dress all in like my glowwear with my black lights. And just like Friday is just like readings all day, like just like one after the other. We're just going to do readings on Fridays. Or play games. Or both. But like in dress up, like to be fun. Because I have an obsession with glowwear a little bit. Yeah, Freaky Friday, exactly. And I can just wear like all my crazy shit and you take requests. That's awesome. I am not the cosplay queen. I don't know this stuff. I have a bunch of steampunk stuff, so I thought it would be fun to do like fortune telling Fridays and like dress up like a steampunk fortune teller, because as you might have noticed, I have this lovely hat as well as some beautiful corsets and things of that nature. I thought it'd be super fun just to do that kind of thing. So basically, yeah, like have like basically a cosplay day every week, right? Like, and just do readings and stuff dressed up or with black light or whatever. I thought it might be fun. I love the black light stuff. So I thought it would be fun to do like some glowwear and some cards that glow in the dark some days, or steampunk other days, or whatever. So you guys are into that? You think that would be fun? So like, I don't know what we would call it, but like, I feel like Fridays are a good day to do that, Like Friday, and then like Friday night kind of thing, Friday night vibes. I need to write all this down. So like Fridays could be like cosplay or dress up or whatever. I think Saturdays are the days I picked for the Bible study. The other reason I picked Saturdays is because, Sunday is actually the first day of the week, because Sunday is the day that the sun was made, biblical stuff, references. So that's why I consider Saturday the Sabbath. And I was going to do the unbible studies then. I also wanted to, and this might sound a little odd, but I wanted to like really make a point of, I almost wanted to do like sexy Saturdays and do like my Bible study, like super done up makeup or whatever, although I've been doing quite a bit of makeup already, or like something, just because I feel like we have been so, we are separated, we're so repressed, like Christianity is like so repressive, and I want to explore the Bible from this like beautiful new place and this like totally different place. But I don't think I necessarily need to like wear lingerie to do that, you know what I'm saying? Not that I would like. No, I'm not dressing up like a sexy nun. I mean, actually, I will dress up like a sexy nun on a Freaky Friday if you guys, I think for that though, there'll have to be like a donation goal. And like when you guys get up to like $100 of donations, then the next Freaky Friday will be the sexy nun or something like that. Because no priests. I'll be a sexy priestess. I can be a really sexy priestess, but no priests. In fact, even the nun, I don't know. It would be fun just to like desecrate it. Just have like a sexy nun costume to do my Bible studies in. I feel like that would be inappropriate and also might just like send the wrong idea. But I will totally do a sexy nun Freaky Friday if we hit a donation goal, because I don't like to look like the clergy. That's really, I don't even mind the sexy part. I'm just like, oh, okay. So the other thing I was thinking about, guys, and like this is fun. So like on the full moon and the new moon, which are when this month? I want to do like full moon and half moon readings, or full moon and new moon readings. And I was thinking to do like to take those days and just do like the whole half nun, half priest furry head. Oh my goodness. I cannot wear a mask that long, but I like where you're going with this. So the full moon is April 7th. The new moon is April 22nd. And so what I was thinking to do was on those streams, on those days, to do just like a full astro like reading for the next 2 weeks for each of the signs. So do like, like maybe like a 20-minute or half-hour reading for each of the signs, and just take the whole stream and just like, here's your next 2 weeks. This is what you need to be purging or releasing or embracing or whatever. This is what you need to be worrying about for your ritual tonight. If you do moon rituals, this is where you need to be putting your focus. So that's what I wanted to do for the new and full moons. Does that sound like enjoyable, or is that lame? But then it's just, my one concern is like if they fall on a different day, then they will like knock something else off. But I guess I could do Freaky Friday and still do that. There's too many things in my book, guys. There's like so many pages. So many pages written on with all these different things and ideas. And it's lots. Okay, so I thought it would be fun to do, so I wanted to do like, we can do Freaky Fridays and Bible studies, and then I wanted to do like one day for like a class to do like the collective reading, and then we'll move on to like learning about tarot or pendulums. Does anyone have any ideas about that? Does anyone think anything about that? Because I was trying to figure out, I thought it would be fun to have like a pendulum class, and like to do like every Tuesday, and like, start, because my week starts on Tuesday, so it'd be like tutorial Tuesdays or teaching Tuesdays or something. And then we can do live witch classes. And then when we run into things to learn about pendulums, then we can do tarot or crystals or aromatherapy or something. Maybe. I don't know. Take a vote. And then, I mean, that's like 3 days a week with like programming, and then yes, I considered having guests actually, and doing interviews with people. Obviously a little bit difficult to have people over in person right now, but there's definitely ways to do that, right? With technology, because I could theoretically like be on Skype with someone, and right? Because I do actually have a lot of really intelligent, knowledgeable friends, and I was thinking to bring some of them in and start doing that. I thought those would be fun, kind of like bonus streams, like do like my, a few regular ones a week, and then like, so basically I was thinking to like stream 6 days a week, have like special things a few days a week, and then have like bonus kind of like every now and then bring someone in to interview them or hang out with them or play games together or both or all three or whatever. And I just thought that would be potentially enjoyable. Yes, the internet is a terrible, wonderful place. Truer words were never spoken. But I feel like if we take the time to guide each other toward the good places, then it's not so terrifying. Maybe I'm wrong. So I think I'm going to need to get my bot running because I'm like looking at my little list of people that still need a reading. And I'm obviously not going to get, I don't think, any more done today. It's already 8:30 here. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, which is totally fine. But I would like to, either play a game for a few minutes or something, or I'm not doing more readings just for a few minutes, just because it does get to be a lot after a while. So much connection. Excuse me. And also, question: do you guys think it's important on YouTube, like, if I just post my entire stream, people can pick through it for the parts they want, or do you think that I should, fly across the floor dramatically? Or do you think that I should, I forget my question. Because I was looking at all the things. I don't know. I was going to ask you something. It was going to be great. Sliding across the floor distracted me. Yeah. Oh, do you think it's important? That was my question. Do you think it's important to spice up videos that go on YouTube when they're done with the stream? Because it just seems so odd to me to post the entire stream and then no one knows what's in it. It's just like, and I can't write this big description of like, oh, here's the 94 things that I spoke about today. You know, I think some people might like to just see certain chunks or certain readings, especially if they missed the stream. Maybe just go back to certain things. But then also, you know, I'm lazy and video editing is really not my strong suit. So I don't know. I guess I want to know what you guys think, if it's important, because then I'll know if it's worth doing or not, if you guys think it's important. Sorry, I definitely needed to eat some chocolate. So actually, if no one here minds, I think I'm going to play a game for a little while. Just for a little bit to unwind, and then I think I probably need to get off the stream for a while. Me too, Hannah. I agree with you. I guess I was thinking more like if I'm going to do like the pendulum teaching and things like that. Like this tarot is more like and even I guess even the tarot, like the 2-week forecast and stuff, so people don't have to, you know, if they're like, oh shit, I missed a stream with your forecast in it, they don't have to come back and search through the whole stream just to find what they're looking for. I guess is more what I was thinking. But also, I mean, if you know me and you want to see it that bad, I guess maybe it's worth searching through the stream. I don't know how this works for people. I don't, yeah, right? So, like, if I do the, because if I do the streams, right, like, it would be nice to break down so that people can just see the tutorial. Of course, I'll have, like, some little thing about, like, oh, this was, you know, filmed in front of a live studio audience. A live streamed audience. So people will understand when I stop and talk to you guys or something, but otherwise, then you would be able to see just a tutorial, right? Then you would be able to just go on YouTube, for example, and get a pendulum tutorial and see all the other questions that people asked and how the whole thing went, rather than, you know, perusing the entire stream looking for just that part. I think that's what I was going to do, was film an intro for the whole channel. I don't know. I'm not as good with like video editing and stuff. Like I'm decent with streaming. I'm good at the tech required for that, but I haven't really dabbled too much yet. So I'm thinking like even if I could just cut things, then that would probably be better. But being able to like cut and paste and add things in and out, like I don't know if I'm up to it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to like team things together and like add an intro later and stuff. But I was going to do like an intro for the whole channel so people could understand. I'll be like, these are my live streams and these are the things that I've covered. And so just bear in mind that all of these have been filmed live, and bear with me while I talk to my viewers and stuff like that. So that's kind of what I was thinking. Hopefully you guys don't think this is super weird. I appreciate you giving me your feedback and letting me know what you think. Oh my god, guys, is it super terribly OCD of me to want to play Papers, Please? Do you know Papers, Please? Who here knows Papers, Please? Yeah, exactly. It's like a real passionate, motivated thing to learn all of that editing and shit. And I'm just like, I love streaming. I love connecting with you guys. I love doing all of this. But I find the background stuff the harder stuff. And that's probably a lot of people, a lot of us that come on this forum. And oh my god, okay, good. So I'm not the only crazy person in the room. I'm so glad to hear that. I super love Papers, Please. But yeah, I find the video editing and stuff the hard part, to be honest. I know a lot of people think it's the easy part, and I know some people are really passionate about that part of it, and they find that the easier thing to do is to just slice things up. But for me, I'm just like, oh my goodness, unless I'm, channeling to someone or talking to someone or whatever, I feel like I'm just like, so my name's Kat, and I don't know anything about myself, and I'm an idiot, and you guys should, like, not make fun of me. Probably, maybe, please, thanks. Okay, enjoy my channel, bye. Right? Death and taxes? What is this death and taxes you speak of? I need to look it up. I'm sorry, guys. I would show you my stream. My Steam. But I can't because whenever I try to put it on OBS, for whatever reason, it doesn't show. It only shows like the heading. So it's just a big black screen, which makes it pointless for you guys. So yeah. Death and taxes. OMG. Is it by the same company? What? Oh my god, this looks hilarious. Guys, I want this. Oh, there's a free demo and all. I don't know if I can justify $15 today. I'm going to add this to my wish list and keep an eye on it. And I'm definitely going to get this as soon as I can. This looks freaking awesome. I don't know if other people are like me, but yeah, it's hard. Demo? You think so? It'll take a few minutes to download. The other thing that I was thinking is I could play my Animal Crossing and I could just put it on the desk and you guys could watch if anyone wants to see Animal Crossing. If anyone's into Animal Crossing. Because when I do my tarot, you see the desk anyway, as long as I, a full 7 days, really? In the demo? That's ridiculous. It is in the process of downloading. I don't know how that will affect my stream quality. I feel like it shouldn't be too bad, right? It's working on it. Slowly but surely. You played the demo 5 times? You're hilarious. Well, cool then. That's good. I mean, like, that's good that it's such a nice chunk of the game. So that means we'll probably at least get some time out of it. Okay, cool. Then I'm gonna. Switch all these. Oh, that kitten, I swear. And then the guinea pig makes weird noises, and I think the kitten's in the guinea pig cage again. We're not talking about it. am downloading it. I am trying to make it happen. Death and Taxes demo. Perfect. Okay, let me get this set up and then I will switch the screen so you guys can see. I did update the info, right? Maybe. Cheating, death, and paying taxes sounds so honest. Oh no. My computer is sketching out. One sec. Options. Full screen. Exclusive full screen? What's exclusive full screen? The demo has its own achievements? You've got to be kidding me. Oh, I see what they did. Oh, cool. Chat command to die. Chat command to live. Did you guys know you could play this with me? If streamer mode is enabled, a bot named Reaper Beep Boop will join your channel's chat. A red book will appear on your desk in-game. Viewers can vote in two ways with writing above command into your chat. So die or spare are the commands. Clicking on the red book will start the vote and will show you the results. Okay, well this looks interesting. Let me get it on screen. If it won't freeze my computer to do so. Let's see. Okay. How's that? Can you guys see? I'm sorry if it's way too loud. I don't have, I just have, it's just picking up on the mic like everything else. Skip profile mark confirmation. I don't know what they're talking about. Okay, save and go back. New game. Grim Awakening. Okay. Creepy. Fate. Keeper of World Order. I don't know why that's kind of startled me. That's funny. Come on, that's funny. This is my boss, Fate? Yeah, that makes sense. Uh-oh. Fate's feeling pissy, apparently. Oh, good. Yes, begin the bureaucratic afterlife. Oh, nice.
Number 4.
I love the cat.
I am Fate. I am the keeper
What am I? Where is this?
Great. You are in my office, here to work as a Grim Reaper. Welcome to your new job as an overseer of Cosmopolis.
The Sun County wine region. Oh my gosh.
County wine region.
Lady Poddington? The kitten is? Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
I know what you are thinking, and yes, you're a
Pretty
snuck.
standard stuff.
As it is your first day, try to get to know the system, and do not destroy the world, yes? Gallows humor.
Oh my goodness.
Right, yes. Clear?
Will I get paid for this?
Certainly. The contract stipulates that
Based on their performance accuracy. This is just like papers, please. Oh my gosh, funniness.
marking profiles correctly is the most important task. If you mark more or less than necessary,
Oh no.
not get your fee at all. Errors in secondary tasks will reduce the total even if the primary task is executed.
Oh god. This is just gonna be a bunch of death puns, isn't
The
it?
fate of the world lies in your hands.
Can you guys hear the game okay?
March towards the great dying. They always lead to the precipice, creating endless chaos. We keep humans from falling off. We establish the equilibrium and keep the chaos in check. For that,
Why me?
because someone has to.
Wow.
I
That
will
is not the answer I was looking for. Here, I thought he was gonna have something deep to say.
One more thing. This will be your 7-day evaluation period. When the week is done, you will be assessed. 1 week to show us what you are made of. Reaper.
That's not concerning at all. Yeah, he is a stone cold bastard. "27 teacher. Teaches language and literary criticism to high schoolers. An arduous task, all things considered. They have an interest in education, science as a whole." There we go. With the aim to upgrade the methods of other teachers, as many of the old timers are not up to date with modern approaches. Is there like a rule? What is this for? Are in life-threatening situations within your domain. No difficult rules and requests today. Okay, 1 human has to die. Send me the files by fax. Okay. Chef, astrophysicist. Focuses on researching red dwarves and the possibility of finding habitable planets in their system. Lifeline science fiction fan. They were sad but accepting their children dressing up as bow-wielding fair folk from a fantastical novel. So I have to pick one of these people to die? Like, I just have to pick one? Aww. I wonder if I'm making a difference. Let's see here. Do I have to, like, click the... Yes. Stop asking me! Unless I find something to erase it with. That's funny. How do I put it away? There. The phone will just show my decisions. Good. Good. I'm so glad. Yes. Fax that shit.
Oh, the new death spore. Welcome. How was your first? Great. We are
It was
counting
great.
on dedication. You do important work, after all.
Right.
Remember, lives are on the line. I see exactly one person perished today. As tasked. Did you figure out the best choice? To be honest, I gave a simple one to begin with. There was no best choice. Sometimes none of the options are good. Not for everyone.
Creepy.
Such is the unfortunate, indisputable, incontrovertible, ironclad. You are to mark the profiles I sent afterwards. You fax the files back.
I love that we're like, oh, what am I doing? And he's like, you already did it. Just make decisions. Oh, good. 3 today. Window shopping for planets. Poor and out-of-date educational standards lead to mistakes and decreased competency all across the business world. Morning, Grim. I hope you found your accommodations adequate. Here are the rules of the day. Follow them and you'll be okay. I'm handing you another simple task. Quota for the day. One human with an engineering or industrial background has to die. That's specific. Engineering or what? Or technical? What's the rule? Engineering or industrial? Okay. Ah. What's happening? Vote now! I don't know if this will work with the channel. You guys can try if you want to vote whether I should let this Steven guy live or die. Baking pizzas to robotics engineering. She's deathly afraid of waffles. Bicycles. Experimental brake modifications and neon light installations are Poulter's specialty. This guy's a statistician. Every time they get drunk, they start ranting about the misuse of p-values. That's good to know. Good to know that I'm going to impact the world in some way. Okay. Oh, I didn't even wait for you guys to vote, if you even can. Yeah.
Grim, how was the second day? You do not seem to be enjoying yourself.
No matter. It'll pick up.
No matter.
Oh, good.
So, did you follow the rules properly? Everything looks in order, as far as I can tell.
And it is my job to tell these things.
It is my job to tell these things. Continue the good
Right?
work, and do not let tough choices get you down.
I hope I get to kill more people.
No. You are to mark the profiles as requested.
Aw, you're no fun.
We are not here to cause wanton mayhem. Rest well. You will need it.
Oh, good. That wasn't ominous at all. Aren't I already like day 2? Ah, they keep giving me more. Hipsters panic as trendy bike shop shuts down after owner's death. Will the police finally do something about this highway menace? This highway menace. Is that the guy that rants about p-values? Oh. I guess we don't need this. Anything to not have to make choices about people dying. Legitimately such a weird job. Okay. 2 humans have to die. Okay, 2 humans have to die. A distinguished war veteran, passenger airline pilot, 5 children. Okay, so like, I feel like they don't want you to pick that person. An absolute speed demon. They cruise at utterly ridiculous speeds all around Cosmopolis. Oh yeah, right. Delivering miscellaneous packages to various people and companies. Their stoic demeanor and calm nerves, they could be an excellent rally driver. Okay. Politician! I'm gonna kill him. Worked hard on relaxing the government's meddling in the real estate market. Although nobody has found proper proof, there have been rumors that Leo's taken many bribes from a number of realtor agencies. Huh, weird. Chi, as they like to be called, enjoys building and destroying muscle cars in their leisure time. It gives them solace in an otherwise monotonous life. They are most proud of their first ever project, the Motorocity, powered by the rare 7-liter V8 Hemi 426 engine. You want a tiny thing fused to another tiny thing using an alloy of tin and lead? You come to Jan. Jan, okay. So he's a repair guy. He's a politician. He has a car. That's his big claim to life. I don't know. Both of these people seem like they could be on the list. I'm obviously totally gonna kill the politician. And what was this saying? The Highway Menace. I don't know who that's about. Dude, seriously. If only we could do this IRL. That was easy. Okay, so that one's done. Yeah, I know I still have unmarked profiles. I think that he is probably important, so I'm gonna let him live. I think that this guy deserves to live out of these profiles. And I don't want them to kill him and take out a whole airline of people. No offense to this guy. He doesn't seem to have like a lot going for him, so I'm gonna let him go. Because at least she's like, would be this or would be that or serve some purpose, but he's just like, I work an office job and own a car and that's it. So I'm a harsh bitch. But that's what I'm making my decisions on in this ridiculous game. Is the menace? That's so funny because I was wondering about that actually. But I was like, well, can I know for sure? Yeah.
Probably some of the psychic residue left over from the creation. Making a death is not simplistic alchemy.
Oh, good. So I'll just be hungry forever.
Let me take a look at the files you sent into. Right. Everything looks to be in order. There really is not much else to say. You may leave. See you tomorrow.
That's all he's gonna say. See? Plane crash, survived. Not ruled out a deliberate hit. Oh yeah, that's the guy. See, I knew I had to keep the tech guy. Lost due to drunk driver. That's interesting. Okay. Have you looked outside today? It rains. It has been raining for hours. Appropriate to accompany the despondence within me. Well, here are some rules for you. 3 humans? No! I don't want to kill 3 humans. I don't want to kill any humans. This game isn't fun anymore. The touch of pig manure gives them lucky properties. Cool. Seven grandchildren who visit often. The only business they can't seem to save is their spouse's rental shop. That seems fishy. I can go against fate and let more than 3 people live? Is that what you mean? Like I can leave more people alive? Ample time to compose poetry. Ooh, you should mark this profile to live, says fate. Interesting that he's, like, meddling. Because what's the point in hiring someone if you're just gonna, you know? I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm not good at being told what to do. This is the only one that I'm like, what the fuck? I'm curious to see what happens with that, I guess. I love that they're like, unless you can find some way to erase it, as though there might actually be some way to erase it. Like this. No, you didn't miss your reading. You weren't in chat anymore. This is Death and Taxes. So you didn't miss your chance. I'm done doing readings for today anyway. I did a whole bunch of other stuff. So, you're the next one on the list, Remedy. So if you want to stop by next time, then you'll be top of the list. I'm gonna get in trouble, and I can't wait. I'm a brat like that. Spank me.
We need to have a talk. I understand the job can be, but you cannot blame everyone. Such actions have serious consequences. That is what I am for. Trust me. It will be for the benefit of everyone. Understand?
Do I have a pretty screen protector for my Switch? Nope. Not currently. I do carry it around in this isn't the one that I've been using, but in a case. I am protesting. This is unfair. You were literally born for this task. I was not born for this task. You reincarnated me for this task. It's not the same. Okay, awesome. No, I would never read when you're not here and have you miss your whole reading. That would be ridiculous. I want to be able to give you that like direct feedback and communication, right? So think before you act. That is all. How is this going to fuck over the world? This should be interesting. becomes millionaire. Critics impressed. Consultant driven to a mental breakdown. That's interesting. See, it would have been interesting to see if I had have like offed him, if that would have been better. Market experts warn against investing in Yitcoin. If you're gonna like carry it around a whole bunch, probably a screen protector is good. But if you're just gonna have it at home, it's probably not that necessary. Good, you are paying attention after all. We cannot allow workers to doze off or become complacent, else mistakes may leak down the workflow pipeline. 2 humans have to die. Spare any humans with a science background. Okay. So this person is bad because they are stealing other people's money. That was easy. Science. Post-rock band. They have 2 younger sisters. Oh, that's cute. This guy studies a lot and has perfect grades at school, but still finds time to volunteer at the local soup kitchen as much as possible. They sometimes even buy extra soup materials with their own money, making a lot of disadvantaged groups a lot more happy. Well, that's very nice. Marine biologist, so she's supposed to get a pass automatically. They advocate banning small fish bowls. Okay. A geomorphologist researching a mysterious new series of mineral formations appearing mostly in the tundra regions. This phenomena exhibits a shimmer and they are often shaped like human arms. That's creeptastic. That's a science background, right? This game is funny and also scary. Benazir, nuclear physicist, was inspired to study nuclear physics by old science fiction novels. The original plan was to build some sort of a nuclear death ray. It never went anywhere. But by that time, they'd become an accomplished and respected physicist. Like, I would nuke that person just in case. But I'm not supposed to because they have a science background. How many people have to die today? 2 humans have to die. Well, there's 1. I'm supposed to spare all these guys and let one of these guys go? Yeah. I don't take orders so hot. It's an ongoing issue in my life. He likes pineapple on pizza. I mean, as long as you like pineapple on your pizza. I killed someone with a science background. I'm curious to see how much shit I get in.
What a day, Grim. What a day. Let us go over your conduct.
My conduct. I'm ready.
I see the correct amount of profiles. Today seems to be in order. Anyway, Grim, 5 days you have been with us. How does it feel to make the difficult choices?
Every moment is a living hell. I hate this job.
Is it though? I can almost imagine what a normal, basic, dreadful,
everyday job would feel like.
But think of the humans. Do you think our office is the appropriate way to deal with them? Perhaps No, never mind. I have not found a way around the tradition. And I have been...
That was creepy.
A long time. This control over all the lives, unbeknownst to the humans. Do you
Creeptastic.
make the choices you made? True enough. One must be in charge.
Yeah.
The others are there to follow.
He does have a great voice. I'm going to agree with you.
And venom. Eons we have spent designing the appropriate methods and strategies. We know what... I do apologize for taking up so much of your time. Before you go, are there any questions you would like to ask me?
I like this one.
An astute observation.
Why is everyone a they?
Our office does not operate on information about biological background. Minimal. Everyone you assess is simply human.
Yes.
After all, excluding any monumental error.
That sounds to me like foreshadowing.
The bottom line is that the humans end up on your desk.
And you must follow the rules.
The children. They are a special case. For a different set
Oh.
of departments to countless. Close enough. Anything else?
Didn't he say that I was number 45?
Oh, not at all. In all and in none, yes. Humans have some free will, sure. They can make a variety of choices.
Creepy.
Yet what matters is that they cannot escape the inevitable. The life-threatening situations that bring them onto your desk are a result of their own deeds and decisions.
True.
Then there are some highly complex calculations, factors and aspects that influence the situation. But that is just a bit over your pay grade.
Gee.
Don't worry about it.
Thanks.
Anything else? Absolutely. All living beings have to be
Processed.
after the end.
Processed. That's what we're calling it now.
Yes, there is a department.
Do not ask about the plant department.
Do not ask about the plant department. Anything else?
They had to fire the previous ones? That's funny.
Technically, kind of, I guess. Ruins are like a type of...
Because they weren't quite right.
But then again,
Oh yeah, and then he ended up with me.
I must ponder. This topic is a bit...
Huh.
Anything else? Right. It has been...
Enlightening.
I bid you a good night.
A little bit creepy, this game. So, what's the ultimate, like, how many, fuck. How many are there in the end? Like, how many, days? How many days is this game? Physicist sacrifices itself in order to prevent radiation leak. Highly conductive and strong material called damium, found highly toxic. Okay. Fish can have a little salami. Fish can have little a salami? Interesting. "1,000 mods show at the Chaos Theater was amazing and mental. Our small-time prodigy moves to the city. We say reach for the stars. Time is very close to figuring out how to counter a dangerous pathogen. 28 days per round. And is it just like you do the same round over and over again? Like, do you know what I mean? We seem to be on the precipice of dark times. I may have warned you that this job can have some harsh moments. Today is that day. A total of 6 humans have to die? At least 2 younger humans have to die. Any humans that have a medical background have to die. Man, if that doesn't sound like today, I don't know what does. Crazy. How to counter a dangerous pathogen. Yeah, that's why. A squatter and dumpster diver. 2 younger ones. How younger are we talking? Like, what are the ages here? So basically, well, here's an immunologist. During off times, they enjoy lengthy bike rides. Really? Hundreds of profiles and 18 endings. That's super interesting. Astroscientist or astrophysicist or astronaut. They also enjoy painting, mostly nudes, computer programming, and volleyball. 6 people. Out of 8 on my desk. So that means 2 people get to live. There's 1 down. So I'm supposed to get rid of all of these people. Because they have a medical background, but I don't want them to die. And younger people. What is younger? Like under 30? I don't think I'm gonna kill 6 people today. I already like... Zombies? Oh my gosh, that sounds great. We could have some zombies. Under 30? The marker of death. There. No, I know. There's a younger one. For charity. Younger. It counts. 6 people have to die, apparently. But, like... I'm not okay with it. I wonder if I'm just curious. I want to see what happens if I let them live. Nara enjoys nature, but isn't that keen on the ritualistic branch whipping, which seems to be oddly important to their leader. What? Very confusing. Nudes and volleyball, huh? I did this one totally wrong, and it'll be interesting to see. This is very serious. Here I get in trouble.
Grim. It looks to be a rough day up. As I thought. You have marked fewer deaths than necessary. What happened? We cannot afford such mistakes. Especially, would you kindly pay more heed to the let us hope these days do not continue. Any idea what happened? Interesting. An insightful streak make off you go now, Grim. Good night.
Creepy. University mourns its grim epidemic, claims the life of promising student. New vaccine that could save countless of lives nearing completion. Finds new approach to seaweed farming in order to regenerate dying coral reefs. Popular political commentator dies of heart attack. Strange ritualistic forest murders have stumped the police. Creepy as fuck. Rockworm Peak claims another victim. Climbers charity of choice gets massive amount of support. Well, there you go. Died for a purpose. 2 humans have to die. Helpful against troubles. Okay, see if we can clean up the mess from yesterday. That might give you the boost you need. Do not forget you may leave troubles behind, but new ones always lie ahead. Helpful against the troubles. Ooh. Give them the gift of death without consulting them. I'm sorry. I have some considerations with that. About my personal considerations. Although I guess in a pandemic she might be useful, but it's kind of creepy. Lounging listlessly in constant ennui. There, 2 dead. Oh my gosh. See, today I wouldn't mind cutting, like, there's more. Because, like, you're like, oh, these people don't really do anything. So they succeed from time to time. I know I'm only supposed to kill 2. Oh no! I shrunk my screen by mistake. And if I don't freeze my computer, it'll be fabulous. There we go. Whoops. Hey, cool. Weird that this one didn't just move like the others. I've like killed 4 people today when I was supposed to kill 2. It's fine. I'm sure I'm in deep shit.
Welcome, Grim. It is the end of the week. Your performance review draws near. Interesting. Yes, your answer has been recorded for the psychic. I see more people. It does not bode well for the evaluation.
But such is death.
Such is death. Now, where did I put those papers?
The numbers say your contact has been most excellent.
I am
My display of loyalty.
surprised, so much so that the office
What?
is fit for a raise. Of course, we do.
The excitement of paperwork.
Excitement of
Isn't that why you do everything in life?
raise also comes with a prize. The office is proud to
Display it
present
proudly on your
Award of
workstation.
Excellence.
That
Do
was not
let
very
this cloud
sincere
your
clapping.
judgment. You still have much to learn and many rules to follow.
Whoops.
Get used to them, if in the right mindset. As such, your 7-day evaluation that
I
is
have passed.
until tomorrow.
No, kitten. Why must you claw me to get my attention? Why can't you just, like, purr at me or something? Hey? Thank you for trying the demo. Yes, I really, I already wishlisted them. I don't want to tell them what to improve. Look, she's cute and fuzzy. Get that plumey tail in the face and it's pretty much over. I think that they're doing a great job. I don't think that we need to change their thing or tell them feedback. I think they're doing it good. Well, that was actually very enjoying and a nice way to relax after a big day of channeling. I think I'm going to finish the stream for today. Excuse me, for those keeping track, I've been streaming for 6 hours now, which has been super fun and super wonderful. Thanks to everyone who's been showing up and who stuck around for so long and who requested a reading. Anybody who's here that requested a reading and didn't get one, I do have my list, my sticky note. And so I do have people in order. Anyone that knows from my old stream, I used to do this with Sims. I used to do things in order, and you will get your turn, I promise. It's just a matter of being around when I'm doing readings, which right now is every day. So thank you guys all for being here. I super appreciate it. I love the support you guys are giving me, and I'm so grateful to have you guys to hang out with during this crazy time in history. So yeah, just thank you for being awesome, and thank you for being here. Hopefully I'll see some of you guys at least tomorrow. Just as a reminder, I started about 6.5 hours ago, so whatever time that is for you, that is when I'll be starting tomorrow. It's 3 p.m. my time, which is Central Standard Time. So I'm going to jet for now. Thank you guys again. It's been wonderful. We'll talk to you later. Have a great night. See you tomorrow. Bye.